What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, March 6th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, plenty of NFL conversation. The Dallas Cowboys have restructured Dak Prescott's contract. What does that mean for their free agency plans? We'll let you hear from Jerry Jones. Plus, Cam Newton has sounded off on Texas football's culture. Does the former Heisman winner have a point? We've got some CBS Sports quarterback rankings heading into 2025. Where does Arch Manning fall on that list? Some college basketball news to get into, Throwback Thursday video for the people, and plenty more to discuss between now and 9 o'clock on TSU's morning program. Hope everyone had a great Ash Wednesday. Hope everyone has a great Buck off Thursday. Buck, on to you, my man. How are you this morning?
Same to you, man. Everything is good. What a beautiful morning this morning. Crisp outside. It's going to be a very sunny day today. Still, winds are going to be up a little bit, but then it'll be nice again tomorrow. Then we'll get a little what they call a cold front. I guess cold front of 70 is whatever. I mean, that's just because of the winds, but it still will remain nice. It'll remain nice throughout this next couple of weeks. Not a lot of rain in the forecast, BK, over the next couple of weeks. It's just dry, windy, some sun, couple cool days, not cold days, but cool days, but should be great as we go into South by Southwest, and spring break just around the corner. It should be nice. Really is. And maybe some of this dust will get the hell out of here.
Mm-hmm.
It's still hanging around. It's still out there. That wind still blows up a bunch of stuff from, I guess that stuff was coming from West Texas, but it is still dusty. It still aggravates your eyes. I know that.
Yeah, the allergies were getting to me yesterday, and
Oh
I know they were getting to a bunch of people yesterday and on Tuesday. It's been a wild weather week here in Central Texas. A little chilly this morning, but it seems like those springtime temperatures are going to be upon us here soon.
We're really above. We're kind of above average, really. Should be
this morning didn't feel above average. It's chilly out there.
It's just chilly for sure, but the afternoon averages are a little bit down, which is okay. I mean, if it's going to be in the 60s, high 60s, that would be fine with me.
Yeah.
It's just I don't dig the high 50s.
Too cold?
It's still too cold, yeah. But it's fine. I mean, things are starting to. I see some of my plants are starting to kind of pop up, and that's fine with me. For the gardener, it's good. It really is. Not too hot, not too cold. But once again, the wind sucks.
The wind sucks.
I can get over the wind, except for when I'm playing golf. I'm too light in the britches for bad windy days. You're talking about swinging hard, dude. And it doesn't help this. By the way, it doesn't help to swing any harder if you don't connect the ball, when you don't connect with the ball the right way.
Oh, I was going to say swing speed definitely matters, but yeah, if you're hitting the ball in the wrong direction, it's not going to do you much good.
God, it's awful. Plus, when if you get a little hook or you get a little slice and that wind grabs that ball, forget about it. Like I said, I don't do much hunting in the woods anymore. I don't go up to spots that I hit it now. It's so far up. I'm like, I can't even get up there.
You're going to get blown over by the wind.
Yeah. Or I'm going to get attacked up in the woods by wolves or something. I don't
fall like out of a duck blind.
Oh yeah. I don't chase balls anymore. I've got a couple guys that love to chase balls. They'll go up there and they'll stay for 15 minutes. I'm like, hey, that's not the last ball that I have. Let's go.
You got a few gay friends is what you're telling us.
Ball chasers.
They're just out there chasing balls.
Just getting out there, getting them balls. That's all right. As long as they bring mine back. And there's certain balls that I always find in the woods anyway. I don't even know if Nike makes a golf ball anymore. I don't think they even make them. I always find those in the woods. They have a way of anything that Tiger hits, I always find in the woods for some reason.
I don't think you and Tiger are playing at the same courses these days.
No, we're not. Or the Tiger wannabes are at the same course. I used to find those Nike balls used to be that wherever the woods were, that's where I'd find Nike balls in the woods.
Oh, sure.
People hitting these. Obviously, they don't go straight.
I don't know if it's the ball's fault on that.
You guys need to find some cheaper balls because these are expensive. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do to you, to your families. Thank them so very much for sharing you with all of us, and we do appreciate it. And do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. Buck on to our troops, buck on to our veterans.
Absolutely.
Thank you both for what you do and what you've done.
Buck
for
on to our
our
police
country.
because it's going to start getting kind of crazy downtown. I got a feeling.
Oh, with South by coming up?
Yeah. Does it get a little busy down there?
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, people from all over the world will be descending upon Austin, Texas over these next couple of weeks. And it's fun. I mean, South by is one of my favorite times of the year to be living in Central Texas. But, yeah, if you are hoping to avoid traffic, maybe avoid downtown in the coming weeks because it will be a madhouse down there.
So if I if I have business, if I want to pick up something and I'm thinking of running in on a meter real quick to someplace and picking up something and coming back, I saw that they're about to hit you on those meters if you get caught. Now it's like $75 for a ticket. $75 for a ticket. Wow.
Yeah.
I used to say, 25. Okay, it's worth it. What I've got to pick up here real quick. It's worth it. I'll take the chance. I'll run in there. And I think I've been ticketed maybe twice for, a meter violation at 25, 75. That'll make me think right there.
Yeah. I've never been ticketed down there, but I have been booted.
What?
And that costs way more. I mean, it's like $150 to get a boot removed from your car. And that's such a painful process because you see the boot and they make you call a number. Like they leave a note on your window that says, to get this boot removed, call this number. And you call the number and you got to wait like 30 minutes for the person with the key to show up to take the boot off. And then you have to pay $150 on top of it. It's like,
and then if you have fines, you got to pay those immediately, right?
Dude, it's terrible. And most of the time, you call and you wait for that person to show up. 30 minutes goes by. You see that person literally just walk out their car at the other side of the lot. They've just been jacking around in there. They make you wait. Then they make you pay a ton of money.
But your car doesn't get towed. It just gets booted where it is.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. There are some places that will tow you. I mean, hell, my apartment complex towed me a few months ago. Remember that?
Yeah, but will they tow you and boot you at the same time, or no?
No, there's no point in that. They either take your car away if they need that spot, or if they don't really need the spot and they just want your money, they'll put a boot on it and they'll make you wait and then pay.
Yeah, they generally will boot people that have like a couple $100 worth of parking fines, right?
No, dude, I had no parking fines. I've been booted twice in Austin with no fines at all. It's just, they don't discriminate. They see your car. They don't like it there. They'll slap a boot on it.
People sitting in a lot waiting to run over there and unlock your car and make you pay.
It's terrible, man.
Wow.
It's the worst. So, yeah, I think South by officially starts tomorrow.
Man.
It goes through the 15th. I think March 7th through 15th are the official dates for South by Southwest. But, yeah, it's a lot of fun. Again, a lot of free events. Obviously, there's a bunch of paid stuff, too. But if you don't want to spend any money, you can still have a good time during South by Southwest. But it does get pretty hectic in the mean streets of downtown Austin, Texas, USA, America.
Wow.
Yeah, so brace yourself for that. Quick buck on. Thanks to CB for the reminder on this. Jahdae Barron, who, of course, won the Thorpe Award at Texas this past season and is now off to the NFL. Had a very good combine showing this past weekend, running a 4.39 40-yard dash. He posted this picture to his Instagram account last night. This is Jahdae Barron holding the Thorpe Award trophy in Norman, Oklahoma, right in front of Gaylord Family Memorial Stadium.
Wow.
With his horns up. Well done, Jahdae. I don't know what the hell he was doing in Norman. I hope he got out of there as quick as he possibly could. But that's pretty good right there. The Texas X showing off the Thorpe Award trophy right in front of the Rivals Stadium.
In front of their that is awesome.
See, I'm a big fan of the idea that Texas will play some home games against Oklahoma and some road games against Oklahoma. You know how much fun 34-3 would have been if it happened in that place this past season?
Oh, my God.
Don't get me wrong. I had a great time at the Cotton Bowl. I don't regret it at all. But could you imagine putting up a performance like that in their building?
Man.
I wouldn't have hated it.
Nothing like bringing your trophy to their place.
Yeah, that's the only time we get to see Jade Barron and Norman, and he made the most of his one trip to that godforsaken place.
Maybe he has a lady that's from Norman. No, he wouldn't do that.
See, that
doesn't make any sense.
That was my biggest indictment against Quinn Ewers. It's why I never fully trusted him. I loved Quinn Ewers. Don't get me wrong. Still do. We'll always root for him. But I never truly trusted Quinn Ewers because he was dating an Oklahoma Sooner. I don't like that. I don't want the fourth string walk-on tight end dating an Oklahoma Sooner. Yeah. I sure as hell don't want the starting quarterback dating a Sooner.
Going down on the kickoffs to be dating a Sooner.
Going down on who?
Running down on kickoffs.
Running down on kickoffs. Got it. I was like, yeah, going down on multiple people? What are we talking about here? Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want anyone dating any Sooners. I don't want anyone dating any Aggies. Like, I would never do such a thing. Would never. And I even play on the team. And I wouldn't do something as godforsaken.
Oh, you would.
The University of Texas.
Yeah. Oh, you would.
Never did.
Yeah, I know you never did.
I didn't say I didn't get with any girls from those schools, but I didn't date any of those girls. Come on, man.
It could have happened. You probably came close.
No, I wouldn't let myself do that.
Really? Would you be that you have that kind of discipline?
That's a flaw as a fan. Hey, if you want to do that, that's fine. Fan however you want to fan. But to me, that is a fan flaw. If you date someone from a rival school, means you're not as big of a fan as you thought.
Them. What if love took over and there you were stuck? You just don't get stuck. You just find somebody else. Is that what it is?
Pretty easy to get unstuck.
I mean, find something wrong with that person real quick.
Well, that's the wrong thing. They went to Oklahoma or A&M. There's 4 billion women in the world. Go find another one.
Yeah.
We'll be all right there. And yes, CB, I did once take a leak at OU Stadium. And no, not in the concourse in a toilet. I went full LSU on the corner of the field.
Oh, for Louisiana. You went the whole works, huh?
I went the whole works right there. It was a good time on my way to Lawrence, Kansas for a Kansas basketball game a few years ago. All right, so there we go. We're all over the place. We're having some fun on a Buck Off Thursday. Send us your Buck Ons and Buck Offs. The Dakota text line is open, 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Shout out to our guy Jay Willems over there at Sue Patrick. OU, keeping ugly girls out of UT since 1865. I didn't realize the end of the Civil War was the start of the Texas-Oklahoma rivalry as well, but there you go. All right. Plenty of NFL to get into, Buck. The offseason doesn't officially start until next Wednesday, but it's unofficially started, and it's been crazy over the last 48 hours or so. We'll start with some Dallas Cowboys news, and then we'll go to some of the big headlines from around the league. But the Dallas Cowboys have restructured the contract of quarterback Dak Prescott, which will open up $36.6 million in cap space this offseason. So 2 days ago, the Cowboys restructured CeeDee Lamb's deal. Yesterday, they restructured Dak's deal. With those two moves alone, the Cowboys have created $56.6 million in cap space for this offseason. Could they be gearing up for something, Buck?
Well, they're going to be aggressive, but
selectively aggressive.
Selectively, aggressive on this. So we got to be careful. That's a lot of money in their hands to do something stupid with.
Well, Zeke Elliott's a free agent again.
Oh, no. As I said, do something stupid with. Yeah.
Someone's got to pay Zeke, don't they?
Well, you can waste $1,500. I'm not saying you don't have to be crazy. $1,500 is okay.
I am not sure I would spend $1,500 on Ezekiel Elliott.
That'd be a waste of a good $1,500. You can make a bet somewhere on that with that.
I was going to say, I know to Jerry Jones, that is chump change, but still, you can get something of value for $1,500. Zeke Elliott is negative value at this point in his career, even as a center.
Yeah, there's not going to be any conversation with that. Even if he wanted to come and play for free, they would say no. You're taking up uniform space.
We've got some Jerry Jones sound for you. because Jerry Jones had a press conference yesterday at the Star because Zach Martin held his retirement press conference yesterday.
Indeed. Yes.
Zach Martin spoke beautifully and eloquently about his football playing career and his time with the Dallas Cowboys, and he's going to walk into the Hall of Fame in 5 years once he's eligible. Tremendous career. He will.
I got to believe Jerry had to explain why he almost didn't take him. I know that had to be a part of it. There's just no way he could get around that.
You know, I didn't catch the whole thing, so I didn't hear if anybody asked that question. Is that the time to ask that question? Well, hey, Jerry, weren't you going to take Johnny Manziel instead of that guy?
Well, somebody had to mess with you at least a little bit about that. I mean, he himself has got to say something about how, I almost took who I was going to take. It's got to come up.
It does feel like
the guy's done. He's done. He's Hall of Famer. He's everything. He's one of the best offensive linemen in the game. I mean, so it's got to come up as a joke somewhere. Where the people that say it aren't really joking, but Jerry's got to have that's got to be playful for him. It's got to be.
Zach Martin himself apparently made a little quip.
Oh, did he?
In his opening statement, he said, "Even though it took some convincing, thank you for believing in me."
Yeah, that's a part of it.
And no, Jerry Jones did make a joke here. Good call by you, my friend.
Well, he's got to say something. There's no way you can get around it.
No, he said, quote, "I still have knots on my leg from Steven kicking me under the table on draft day. I think we made the smarter decision." End quote.
We made the smarter decision.
Oh, of course, Jerry's going to take credit for it. Come on. He's not just going to give Steven and Will McClay their flowers. He's got to throw himself. When it's good moves, Jerry wants the credit. When it's bad moves, it ain't him. He doesn't do it.
It's the media when the bad moves come. You guys made me do it.
The media, the fans, everybody. It's never him. So Jerry Jones, after this press conference, had a little breakout session with members of the local media who attended this event. And again, Stephen Jones talked about the Cowboys being selectively aggressive. But over the last 2 days, Dallas has made moves that lead you to believe that they are going to be very aggressive, opening up almost $57 million in cap space by restructuring some contracts. Jerry Jones, though, saying tap the brakes on your big free agency dreams, Cowboys fans.
I don't think aggressive is the right word. I think when we see a player that can take us in a direction that can improve where we're going to be pretty significantly from where we're going to be if that opportunity wasn't there, for that, whether it be the talent of that individual player or whether it be addressing any perceived places we need help. I wouldn't call us really void in any area, void if you include what we're going to do in the draft. I wouldn't see that. So as your question is addressing free agency, I'm not looking at free agency as a place to fill voids.
Okay. So you don't have any voids?
Not if you include what might work for us in the draft and what we're doing with our own roster relative to who we want to sign.
No, Jerry, you're void of a lot of talent, and the draft is not going to be the only thing that's going to help you. So you can stop there. I don't care what you think you're going to get in the draft. There's still going to be some voids in your offense and your defense. Are you crazy? You're going to have to do something in free agency. The draft isn't going to bring you where you want to get. It may help you, but it's not. You need some free agents.
Yeah, they do.
Why does he think that his drafting is going to do all of this? He doesn't really believe that, does he?
Well, I hope it's a smokescreen by Jerry Jones, and I hope he doesn't really believe that. I mean, the Cowboys do have 10 draft picks, but most of them are on day 3, right? They've got their own first, they've got their own second, they've got their own third. Remember, they traded their 4th for Trey Lance. Nice move, Jerry. Oh, sorry, that was probably our fault, Buck. And then they've got a bunch of 5ths and 6ths and 7ths, and that's what they've got. You're not going to be able to fill all of the holes that the Cowboys roster has with a bunch of day 3 draft picks.
No.
So they are going to have to spend in free agency. Now, again, I hope it's a smokescreen, and I hope it's Jerry Jones learning from his mistakes last offseason. Remember, he said the Cowboys were all in, insinuating that they were going to spend a ton in free agency, and they ended up spending less money than any other team in football. So this year, I hope it's, we're actually not going to do much in free agency. And then, the Cowboys actually are going to be amongst the biggest spenders this offseason. That's the hope.
Doing a lot of maneuvering in contracts because of Micah Parsons too. They're gonna have to start doing some. They're that's their selective. You know what I'm saying? That's being selective right there. They've got to start saving some money somehow.
Well, the good news about the Micah Parsons deal, and that's priority number one for me, and I think it is for you too. Like,
oh yeah,
get a long-term Micah Parsons deal done. But that won't click in this offseason.
Oh, no.
So that shouldn't affect the Cowboys spending too much. Now, it obviously affects their long-term plans, and it affects their time that they can dedicate towards going after other people. But, like, that contract won't be on the books right away. So you could still get Micah Parsons inked to a long-term deal and also go out and spend a bunch of money that you now have because of the increase in the salary cap and also these restructured deals.
Yeah. They still have to. You're right. They still have to spend in free agency. There's a couple guys they need to get. Yeah. I don't think. I like some of the guys in the draft. Some of these receivers that are going to be gone. Now that you're seeing guys like the guys from Seattle are gone. I mean, I'd take that old man,
Tyler Lockett.
Hell yeah, that guy still gets open. I mean, that guy can play.
Yeah,
he can still run. He's balding and 47, but that guy can still play. He can still get some things done.
Yeah, he's solid. I mean, the Cowboys, they're losing Brandon Cooks to free agency, so they do need a number 2 wide receiver. It's not a great free agency class for wide receivers, especially because T. Higgins just got franchise tagged by Cincinnati, so he's not going anywhere. But a guy like Amari Cooper, who's a free agent, obviously former Cowboy, he could be an option for Dallas. Stephon Diggs.
I don't want that guy back.
Amari Cooper?
I'm not a big Amari Cooper fan. I just didn't like his effort when he was. There were times when he was with Dallas, I didn't think he gave great effort. So,
yeah, you sound like Jerry Jones because he traded him for nothing.
Cowboys,
right?
Oh, he's going to come back to them. Is he going to give great effort now? I don't know.
He's not coming off of a great season. He struggled last year, and he had some drop issues, which he's always had a little bit, but they really showed up this past season. He's only 30, turns 31 this summer.
If you asked me what his age was, I would have said he's 34.
I know. That's what I thought, too. I was doing some research for today's show, and I was expecting to see 33 or 34 for Amari Cooper, but he's been getting it done for a long time. I mean, his first 2 years in the league with the then Oakland Raiders, he went for 1,000 yards, so he burst on the scene quickly. That was way back in 2015 and 2016. But, spent 4 years in Dallas, a couple of 1,000-yard seasons during his tenure there. Left Dallas in that trade with the Browns, had a couple of 1,000-yard seasons there in 2022 and 2023. But again, last season with Cleveland and Buffalo, not great for Amari. So you wonder if he's maybe lost a step.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys, BK, if he gets hurt, he's done for a while.
Yeah. I mean, he's been pretty healthy. Like, looking at his career stats right now, he hasn't missed a bunch of games in his career. So that's not the biggest concern with Amari Cooper, I wouldn't think.
The drops.
But, I don't know. I mean, look, Amari Cooper is one of the best free agents that's out there. Your other option is Stephon Diggs, who's coming off of a torn ACL, who's also on the wrong side of 30. And, oh, my God, could you imagine Stephon and Trayvon Diggs on the same team?
Oh, no thanks.
I'm sure those guys would love it, but that seems like a headache and a half for Brian Schottenheimer and the rest of the Cowboys coaches. So, I don't know. I mean, maybe Tyler Lockett could be an option for the Cowboys. I think they need to bring in a free agent and draft a receiver. They got to get Dak Prescott some help. To me, like, Micah Parsons is priority number 1. Priority number 2 is giving your $60 million a year quarterback a little bit of talent around him.
Taking the pressure off your other wide receiver that you're paying an awful lot of money to.
Yeah, exactly. Like, CeeDee Lamb's not going anywhere. He's obviously a bona fide number 1, but he can't do it on his own.
No, he'll always have they'll target him, and he'll have shoulder problems and every other kind of problem.
Yeah, it's amazing he put up the numbers he did
last
year because everyone knew he was getting the ball like every single time Dak Prescott or Cooper Rush dropped back to throw. But yeah, you got to get him some help. So you can't, like, running back. I mean, right now, Deuce Vaughn is the only running back the Cowboys have under contract. So you've got to spend in free agency there. I'd be cool with bringing Rico Dowdle back. I don't think he should be your, like, only guy like he was last year.
Yeah, he
But
should be your backup guy.
Yeah, if you can get Rico on the cheap as a 1-2 punch guy, I think he's good enough for that. But you're going to need some help on the offensive line. You're probably going to need some help on the defensive line. Linebackers need work. Secondary, I mean, Jordan Lewis is also a free agent. So do you bring him back or do you bring in somebody else to play corner? Like there's a lot of holes the Cowboys have to fill, and they can't fill them all in the draft.
No,
Jerry. So I say it all the time. You shouldn't put a lot of stock into what Jerry Jones says because he just says stuff to say stuff. And
yeah, I think that's what that sounds like too.
the hope is, now I don't know if he should get the benefit of the doubt after what took place last year, but the hope is he has learned from the mistakes that he made last year. It ain't a coincidence the Cowboys had their worst year in the last 5 years when they spent the least amount of money to upgrade their team.
Yes.
Last offseason. So hopefully he has learned from his mistakes, and hopefully he looks at what like Philadelphia just did. Like they went out and spent a bunch of money in free agency and they win the Super Bowl. Now are the Cowboys at that level? No, but it helps.
When they got AJ Brown, that changed Philadelphia pretty quickly. What does a guy like DK Metcalf do for you?
Yeah, I still can't believe. I mean, Jerry is the guy usually making those crappy trades. Philadelphia got lucky and fleeced Tennessee to get A.J. Brown a few years ago.
That was one of the biggest trades. When that came out, I was like, that just makes a difference for somebody immediately.
Yeah, it was just for a late first-round pick, and that first-round pick was –
give that guy away.
I know. It was Treylon Burks, who has not had a good NFL career either.
God.
It's one thing if it's the Vikings, they trade Stephon Diggs to the Bills, but then they draft Justin Jefferson with that pick.
Right.
Like, all right, you can stomach that. But when you get rid of A.J. Brown and you draft Treylon Burks, it's like –
That's get out of Arkansas?
Yeah.
Oh, he has not turned into be anything.
Nah, he's been terrible. Total bust in the league. So if you're the Cowboys, you'd love to fleece somebody like that. But again, the Cowboys are the team usually getting got on trades.
Yes.
They're not winning trades ever with Jerry Jones as the GM. So I don't know. I mean, I'd love for somebody out there. I mean, Devontae Adams is now available. He's another old guy. We talked about him a little bit yesterday. That's not a trade. That's a little different than what you talked about. But the Cowboys have some options to get a proven number 2 wide receiver next to CeeDee Lamb. They've got a lot of issues to address, but again, that's a big priority for me, and hopefully it is for them too. DK Metcalf is who you brought up as well. He requested a trade from Seattle yesterday.
Yeah, you're going to have to give up a first rounder for that dude.
I would think, and you're going to have to pay him. Like, you got to pay twice. You got to pay Seattle and draft picks and other players potentially, and then you're going to have to give him a new deal when you bring him in. So he won't be cheap.
That's something like, that's a team that's a total contender that's willing to go ahead and pay the money, to get into the championship flow with him. He's not going to some scrubby team because they got a bunch of money.
Well, I don't know if he has a no trade clause. Like the Seahawks, I think, could trade him wherever they want to trade him. But for Dallas, like you can't trade pick 12 for DK Metcalf.
No.
I think to your point about a contender, you could trade pick 25 to 32. Like the Texans are picking 25th. They need a receiver. A lot of people have been mocking Matthew Golden to the Houston Texans, which would be a lot of fun for him and for all of us. But you could trade pick 25 as a team that's like right there to go get DK Metcalf. I think a lot of Texans fans would be okay.
What he is. You know how good he is.
Oh
but he's a real live diva.
Yeah, he's a diva. He is, but he's awesome. Like, he is awesome. I mean, put him and Nico Collins, and then if Nico gets hurt, it's like you still feel like you've got a true number 1 receiver just in case. Yeah, I mean, I would be on the phones if I'm Houston. Be trying to figure out what it's going to take for me to get DK Metcalf.
Dude, anytime either one of those guys catches the ball, they're liable to go to the distance. They can knock out 2 of your defenders, your defensive backs, elbow them or stiff arm them to the ground. That's scary. That's a scary combo there.
Dude, DK's such a freak, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, hell, the guy they have is such a freak to me.
Yeah.
Collins is a freak. Wow.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
He's a freak that can do it all. He can catch. He's not much of a diva. I just worry about his hand. When he gets those hamstring pulls, I'm like, Yeah, I feel the same way. But I'd be on the phones if I were Houston. For Dallas, I don't think it makes sense. No.
The only player I shouldn't say the only player, but I like the only guy that I think is a realistic option for the Cowboys to acquire with that 12th overall pick that I think they should be considering acquiring. I feel like I worded that poorly. Sorry about that. It's Myles Garrett. Like, I would trade pick 12 for Myles Garrett. I would not trade pick 12 for DK Metcalf.
I would trade pick 10 for Myles Garrett. If I needed him on my because that's a difference maker. I mean, your offense can suck, and if you have that guy on your defense, you're in it.
Yeah, if you have Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons on the same defensive line, like, you need more.
I only need to score 21 points.
Right. Like, that's going to mask some of the deficiencies you have on the rest of your defense.
Oh, for sure.
If you've got those two guys together. So, yeah, for the Cowboys, Myles Garrett makes more sense. But for the Texans, again, I think he makes a lot of sense for Houston to go get. They've got some money they could play with, too, so they can give DK a new deal if that's what he's looking for. They should be going after him. I think Kansas City should be going after him, too, don't you?
Yeah, for sure.
Imagine DK and Xavier Worthy together. Patrick Mahomes. Travis Kelce says he's running it back for one more season. That'd be scary for the rest of the league.
Yeah, DK Metcalf is always going to be fast, always going to be big, always going to be fast. I just know that when things don't go right with him, his frame of mind gets to be a little screwy. But
he's a receiver. Aren't they all like that?
Yeah, they're mostly all. Yeah, you're right. It's the whole bunch of them. I mean, very seldom do you have a guy that's just I like Devontae Adams too, but the thing with him right now is age.
Yeah. Devontae is 32, I think, about to be 33.
Yes.
So he's got a few years on DK. He's got a few years on Amari Cooper. I think he's a little older than Stephon Diggs too. I got to double check his age.
Nobody's older than Tyler Lockett.
No, Tyler Lockett's the oldest of that bunch. But
yeah.
I mean, DK Metcalf had the best season of all of those receivers, but Devontae Adams had the second best year of all those receivers, and that was playing with a decrepit Aaron Rodgers on a god-awful New York Jets team. So, plus you get the Taco Bell coming to town.
The golf course, the home field advantage there. I like it.
I like it too. So that's a big priority for the Cowboys there. When we come back, Buck, I don't think the Cowboys are going to get Ashton Jeanty anymore.
He's going to be gone, isn't he?
A couple of moves that happened yesterday by a team drafting right before Dallas has led me to believe that team is going to go after Jeanty. So if the Cowboys want him, they might have to trade up. We'll get to that, plus a few more NFL headlines in a second. But first, some sponsor shout-outs.
Tell our friends over at Sue Patrick's, 5222 Burnett Road. Of course, they've got that incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparels, collectibles, accessories, and more. They've got tons of Texas-themed items there and gifts just for you, a wide variety of men's and women's clothing, obviously. They offer free shipping on online orders over $49, free curbside pickup, of course, and plenty of parking space there at 5222 Burnett Road. And don't forget the Jelly Cats are there, the Easter Cats. They are available for you. They've got luggage. They have anything that you need at Sue Patrick. Love the folks over there. And they can get that online shipping out to you, and they can get it quick. You can look at it in the catalog, or you can go by. I love going by the store. If you're in the area, go by 5222 Burnett Road. Say hello to Jay and the whole gang over there, and pick up those items. Get those ball caps, of course. They've got all of that available for you at Sue Patrick's. Love Sue Patrick's, folks.
Yes, indeed. Shout out
Go to
SuePatrick.com
for more information, obviously.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to Audio Visual Consultations as well. The month of March is upon us. It's one of the best times of the year to be a sports fan, which means it's one of the best times of the year to call AV Consultations to get your home TV setup done the right way. AV Consultations has been hooking Central Texans up since 1988. They've hooked up the majority of our team on TSU. They could do the same for you. If you want the multi-screen man cave like I have, if you want the giant TV like the Buck has, if you want that home theater room with the 150-inch projector and the surround sound and all the cool home lighting as well, AV Consultations can make it all happen for you. Check out their website, avconsultations.com. Look at the gallery of projects they've done over the last, 3 decades plus. Get some ideas for your place, and then reach out to Tom McKay and his great team at AV Consultations. They will take care of you, and your house is going to be so much more fun. It's going to be so much more awesome. This is stuff that you want, but I'm telling you, it's stuff that you need. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678 or online, avconsultations.com.
I made a comparison yesterday, BK, with Ashton Jeanty and Saquon Barkley. I think when I look at him, after I've watched some film yesterday of him running, he reminds me more of Emmitt Smith than he would Saquon Barkley. He doesn't have that sudden change of direction, that sidestep that Saquon Barkley has, that Gale Sayers type of sidestep. And then when you told me he's 230, that's even more incredible about that's a big man making some of those moves and with that speed. But Jeanty reminds me a little bit more of Emmitt Smith. Can be a straight liner. He can make you miss, but he's a straight liner enough. And if you, he's faster than Emmitt Smith. I mean, he's faster than that dude. I mean, his longevity, would it be like that? I mean, does he have the ability to make you miss and not get injured? I mean, Emmitt Smith played a lot of years. He played when he was injured, but he played a lot of years and took a lot of blows. I don't know how long Jeanty can do that, but Jeanty makes you miss a lot too.
If you're telling me Ashton Jeanty is the next Emmitt Smith, then I want the Cowboys to trade up to draft that dude.
Well, to me, he's more like that as a running back than he is Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, a lot closer in size.
Saquon can go 4-on-1 and make all four guys miss. This guy won't do that, but he can power. He can lower his shoulder into two guys and get you about 4 or 5 extra yards. You better be able to tackle him.
Yeah,
because Emmitt could lower that shoulder and get you those yards.
He's a stud. He's not the biggest guy in the world, but he can run over you. He can run through you. He can run by you, and he's great in the passing game as well. I mean, there's a lot to like about Ashton Jeanty.
Did he go to the combine? Did he run at the combine? Did they have He didn't do anything, did he?
He was there. He interviewed with teams. He measured out, but he did not participate in any of the.
He didn't run a 40?
No, I think he's saving that for the Boise State Pro Day.
Yeah, I would be interested to see if he's one in those 4.3s. I got a feeling he's in those low 4.4s. If that guy runs 4.3, he will move up the boards.
Oh yeah, I agree. I'm looking at Lance Zierlein's NFL comparison for Ashton Jeanty. How about this name, LaDainian Tomlinson?
Yeah, they're expecting him to catch out of the backfield and be a pass catcher too.
Yeah, only was one in college. And I think if you're going to draft a running back around the top 10 or 15, he's got to have that ability to do both, right?
Yeah, no, he can't just be a runner, not in this league.
Now, Bijan could, Jahmyr Gibbs could.
Right.
I mean, Christian McCaffrey could. You look at a lot of the running backs that have gone high in the last.
They're not just runners. They're not just ball carriers anymore.
Now, by the way, Ashton Jeanty is Lance Zierlein's highest graded player in this entire class. So he's a huge fan of his game. But I don't think he's going to be there for the Cowboys at 12. The Chicago Bears made a couple of trades yesterday. They picked up 2 offensive linemen, Joe Thuney from the Chiefs, Jonah Jackson from the Rams. And why is this relevant? Well, most people were mocking an offensive lineman to the Bears at 10. That was a popular spot for Kelvin Banks to go in a lot of mock drafts. And look, the Bears could still draft Kelvin Banks. They could still draft Will Campbell. They could end up with an offensive lineman. But to me, those 2 trades to get O-linemen are telling me that they want some guys to block for Ashton Jeanty.
Which will protect the quarterback too.
Yeah, so, Rojo's still there in Chicago. They've got DeAndre Swift there in Chicago as well. But to me, look, maybe Jeanty's not even there at 10 when the Bears are on the clock. But I don't think he slips past that 10th overall pick with what the Bears are doing now, seemingly building an offensive line for a guy like Ashton Jeanty.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's tough for those Cowboys fans who wanted the Boise State Bronco in Dallas.
Man.
JW Crunch says dog years for CeeDee Lamb. He's old as well. I don't know if that's sarcasm, JW, but CeeDee Lamb is 25. If that's old, then I'm about to die at the age of 31.
I mean, when you look at him now, he could get there in a hurry with shoulder injuries if they don't give him any help. If he's like going to be, and everybody on defense is going to start targeting him, as, hey, when they throw it, go at him. That's where they're going. Let's knock him out. Let's injure that guy. Then that's a problem. But they can give him some help, and that guy's plenty athletic enough to last a lot of years. I mean, he's really a good athlete. I mean, he can do. I mean, when he's a ball carrier and doing everything else, it's just a matter of giving him some help, so some of the pressure's off of him.
Agreed.
I don't think he's old for his age. I don't think he plays old.
No, not at all.
I think his future is not good if they don't help him.
Right. Yeah. I don't think Dak's future is good if they don't help him. I don't think CD's future is good. I don't think Shoddy's future is good. They
No.
gotta get some better players on the offensive side of the football. A couple NFL nuggets. The Chargers have released Joey Bosa.
Speaking of getting old in a hurry.
Yeah, that guy. Speaking of injuries, right? He's played
Yeah.
just 28 games in the last 3 seasons. He was a stud, 5-time Pro Bowler, 3rd overall pick back in 2016. He's 2nd in Chargers history in career sacks. Took a pay cut last year to stay with the team, but still was going to have a huge cap hit this coming season, and the Chargers didn't want to pay it. So there's another big name that's out there on the market for somebody.
Please don't let him end up with the Commanders or somebody. That's just what they need. Another dude. They don't need any more dudes. They got enough dudes now for that young team. They need to quit getting dudes.
I kind of like that fit. I could very much see the commies going after Joey Bosa. I mean, they've been linked to Myles Garrett. Obviously, you wouldn't have to trade to get Joey Bosa. Yeah, shoot, that could happen. Max Crosby, staying in Vegas. He just got a huge deal. Now the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. 3-year contract extension for him. And the Philadelphia Eagles have re-signed all-pro linebacker Zach Vaughn. What a story he has become.
Yes.
3 years, $51 million deal. He signed a 1-year contract for $3.5 million last offseason.
How about that?
He's first-team all-pro, Pro Bowler, wins a Super Bowl, and he gets a nice reward because of all of that.
And he fits that defense exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, he's a great player. He's fast. He's got good instincts. And you're right. Like for Vic Fangio's defense, he is perfect in the middle of the field. What a find by them last year.
He used to be an outside rusher, correct? He was an outside guy.
They moved him around a little bit. He used to be a special teamer. He used to not play. Yeah. I don't know what he was outside of special teams. The Eagles bring him in, I think, with the intention of like, he'll be a depth linebacker and a special teamer.
Sure.
And in training camp, they're like, well, this guy might be pretty good. And then he was pretty good. He was very good. So there's your NFL news, notes, and nuggets for you on a Thursday show. All right, we got to get to Cam Newton's comments. He had some very critical things to say about Texas Longhorn football and Steve Sarkisian. And Steve Sarkisian has actually responded to those comments as well. So we'll get you some of the back and forth between Cam and Sark in a second. But first, another quick round of sponsor shout-outs, Buck.
So our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. You're having that big party, getting ready for March Madness. They are the group that you want to call on for all of your alcohol needs. They're working hard for South by Southwest for sure. But their location is 4601 Southwest Parkway, and they have everything that you need. Big parties, small parties, any kind of parties, individual. Hey, anniversary parties, go over there and pick up special wines or champagne. They have it all right there. As I tell you, they have Matthew McConaughey's. They've got his tequila there. So that special tequila that's been in some specialty shops, or it's at 34 Wine and Spirits. Go on ahead on over. Say hello to the guys over there at 4601 Southwest Parkway.
Yes, indeed. Get you some of that Altstadt beer over there at 34 Wine and Spirits. The best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. They've got a bunch of different brews, too. The lager, that's my personal favorite. That's the OG. It's the Blue Label. It's the best German-style lager you are going to find all throughout the Lone Star State. They've got a Kolsch. They've got a Hefeweizen. They've got a light beer. They've got seasonal brews as well. I'm telling you, something for every beer drinker out there. You're going to find an Altstadt that you love. Hell, you'll probably find a couple of different Altstadt brews that you love. They're all brewed in Fredericksburg, so every time you drink Altstadt, you're helping to support local business. And one of the best parts and one of the most underrated parts about Altstadt, you're not paying a lot. Like, you're getting a luxury car at a family sedan price when you buy a 6-pack of Altstadt. Some of these Sixers now are like $15, $16. It's like, what are we doing here? 6 beers for that price? That's absurd. You're not paying an arm and a leg for Altstadt. You're getting great quality with great value. You're supporting local business. I'm telling you, it checks every box that you're looking for. Go get you some. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities. No regrets. All right. Cam Newton, Buck, former Heisman winner, former NFL MVP. Big culture guy, right? Like Cam Newton. When you think Cam Newton, you think culture. Never did anything wrong. Never got kicked off of a college football team for something. No one ever questioned his work ethic in the NFL, right? Like he always went the extra mile to help his team win, especially in the Super Bowl. He would, of course, always do something like that, right?
Don't just get on that loose ball, will you, Cam?
Yeah, Cam Newton, always a culture guy. He's an expert when it comes to all things culture. Well, he's got a podcast because everyone has a podcast these days. Yes, this is the pot calling the kettle black. But on that podcast a couple of days ago, Cam Newton had some thoughts about Texas Longhorn football, more specifically the culture with Texas football, after Steve Sarkisian went on Kay Adams' show a few weeks ago and talked about the culture that he's built up here in Austin and the culture that the Longhorns have. Here's Cam Newton giving his thoughts on Texas's culture.
Coach Sarkisian, I'm cool. They're like, all that shit cool. Yeah. Building the culture does take time, but having access to the boosters attached to University of Texas also helps.
Okay, because they have the #1 recruiting class in
Hello.
the nation right now. So,
And they also probably have the #1 spend in the nation. Like, come on, dog. Come on, bro. Come on. Like, and I'm not trying to discredit what building a culture, like the importance of that. Shit. Ask Gerard Mayo, did he have time to build a culture? It takes time.
yeah.
First year head coaches, that's the #1 thing that they say, yo, we're trying to get guys to buy in to the culture. It's different now. But, bro, come on, man. Come on.
Because what would you say about the culture of Texas now?
It's expensive. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
There was Cam Newton on his 4th and 1 podcast, downplaying the culture at Texas, saying, well, they're only good because they've got money.
They've always had money, and they haven't always been good, Cam. That you're not telling anybody anything new about Texas and the University of Texas and their money. That's like old news for everybody. But as much money as they've had, guess what? They haven't been good. Because they have money doesn't mean the culture's good. You've built a culture. The culture comes with all of that. The money's always been there. Money hasn't changed. You know, culture hasn't always been there, but the money hasn't changed. So he's talking about stuff that everybody know. I mean, what do you think? Do you think his podcast was telling people in Arkansas something new about the University of Texas? Not really. They already knew that. I mean, it's such that just no. It's not about that. It's not about the money because the money's always been here.
You're right. I mean, the Lost Odds said it decades ago that all the money that's not under the Vatican is at the University of Texas. Now, obviously, it's easier and more legal to pay players now than it ever has been, but Texas has always had a financial advantage over just about every other school in the country. They had it with Charlie Strong. They had it with Tom Herman, and they couldn't do anything
that
with
hasn't
it.
changed.
No, they had bad cultures under those two coaches. They weren't good football teams because of it. And you don't have to just keep it to Austin, Texas. I mean, look at Jimbo Fisher. The Aggies had the #1 recruiting class in the country in 2022. They spent more money on that class than Texas spent on this class this year.
That class is nowhere near it, and that class is gone.
Yeah, most of those guys are gone. Obviously, the head coach is gone, and they paid him $75 million to leave. You know why? Because the culture wasn't good. So there are plenty of schools that have a lot of money that don't have built, established cultures, and they're not winning football games.
Yeah, I have a feeling that if they would ask that same question of Cam Newton about Ohio State, he would have said the exact same thing.
You think so?
Yeah, that would have been his take on schools that win and have a lot of money anyway.
I would have loved to have asked.
A lot of money too.
Yeah. Oh my God. Of course. I mean, you can't win without spending money these days. Georgia, Michigan, and they cheated too. Ohio State, Oregon, like Penn State. Look at all of these teams that are competing in the college football playoff. They're spending money. You're allowed to spend money right now. That's a good thing. It's how it works. Look at baseball. Who just won the World Series? The Dodgers.
Yeah,
Who's the favorite to win the World Series this year? The Dodgers, because they spend the most money. It helps.
He's giving people something to talk about, but he's not giving people who know about the University of Texas anything to talk about because it is what it is. That's just the way it's always been. The money doesn't buy the culture.
My response to Cam would have been, yeah, what about that Texas A&M 2022 recruiting class? What about them? Like, they're right there with Texas in terms of money spent every year. And that athletic department brings in buku cash. And what do they win? What's the reasoning behind that? Like, culture's fake?
It doesn't work for all. It's worked for Ohio State. It just did.
Right.
You know, it did for Michigan. And as you said, not only did they have a bunch of money, but they also cheated in the process with a bunch of money. So it's just buy another hat, Cam.
Yeah. Oh my God. Let me see if I could find a picture of the hat that he was wearing. While I search for that, by the way, Steve Sarkisian did take to Twitter to respond to, we think, Cam Newton's comments, right? Sark didn't tag Cam Newton. He didn't specifically say that he was talking about what Cam Newton said, but he tweeted a picture of a Kobe Bryant quote. Said, haters are a good problem to have. Nobody hates the good ones. They hate the great ones.
There you go.
That sure feels like a response to Cam Newton, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
I'm trying to find the Cam Newton hat. Is that what we're looking for?
Yeah, he had to have on some goofy hat.
Yeah, it always does.
For that goofy statement.
All right. Well, it's ill-informed. It's a bad comment from Cam Newton. It's stupid. Obviously, money helps, but yeah, I don't know. It's funny to me when Cam Newton talks about culture, because this is a guy that, you know, got kicked off of Florida for stealing a laptop. This is a guy that was messing around with teammates' wives and girlfriends during his time in the NFL. This is obviously a guy in the biggest game of his career who didn't dive on a football that he easily could have recovered to keep his team's Super Bowl hopes alive.
Yes.
Like, I get it. He's more qualified to talk about football than I am, but I don't know if he's more qualified to talk about culture than like 99% of the people who have ever picked up a football in their lives.
Yeah, I mean, just once again, give us something that somebody from Morgantown doesn't know about the University of Texas. Oh, they have a lot of money. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Cam.
Well, that's one thing to say they have a lot of money, but you can't just say the culture is all money. Like that, that's just disrespectful to Steve Sarkisian and what he and this coaching staff has built. That's just stupid. That's just an ill-informed comment from Cam Newton there. Just downplays coaching. Like, plenty of teams spend money. Yes. They don't have good coaching. Like, what does Nick Saban say? Good players can't overcome bad coaching. Of course, you need both. You can't have bad players and expect to win, but you can't have bad coaching and expect to win either.
No.
So I can't find what hat Cam Newton was wearing.
But he was wearing one. He had one.
Here we go. All right. I don't want the video here. I just want the sound. This is good quality radio here. You're welcome, everybody. This is what we do. All right. There was the hat that Cam Newton was wearing. What is that? Look how tall that thing is. Why is that so big?
Because his hair is up in a big bun.
Is that what it is? It's got to contain all of that?
He's got the big bun, got the big bundy on.
And I've never seen a 10-gallon baseball hat. That's like a mix of Abe Lincoln and a baseball cap. There's his co-host, I guess. There it is from a distance. What is that, Cam? Come on,
he's rocking that Rocket. Is that a Rockets jersey he's got on?
Yeah. Yeah, like he's wearing a state of Texas like team jersey, and he's dunking on the University of Texas. Come on, Cam, read the room, guy. Anybody can get a podcast these days. All you have to do is be a former athlete and say, come on, bro.
Just be outspoken. Just be outspoken in certain things and everything will work for you.
Come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on. That's all you got to say, I guess, to get a show. All right. So there's Cam Newton's comments on Texas football. Pretty stupid there. Speaking of Texas football, Anwar Richardson of Orange Bloods has reported that there could be some position changes coming for Texas football, more specifically the Longhorn defense in 2025. One of those changes involves Trey Moore moving from edge to a more traditional outside linebacker role. Anwar in his article said, quote, it would tailor more to his skill set and increase his ability to get drafted higher if he could play well off the line as well, end quote. So they might be moving Trey Moore around this defense a little bit. I'm curious to see what that entails. Now, Texas is loaded at edge with our guy Ethan Burke and Colin Simmons and Colton Vasek and a couple more. But I really liked what I saw from Trey Moore off the edge at the end of last season.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, why would you do that? It looks like he got it. It was taking a while, and we waited for probably half the season. But once he got it, he was kind of impactful, knocking balls down, running guys down, playing the edge pretty well, setting the edge in the run game. I thought I guess out in space he would be pretty good too. If they're missing a guy who's off the line a little bit that had the run, chop into coverage, he seems like he's got long enough arms and athletic ability to do that. It's just tough when you see a guy looks like it worked for him. It took a while, but it actually worked for him, and I thought he made a lot of progress last year. So I don't know if it's starting all over again. Maybe they feel like it's not something, BK, where it's like starting all over again. He will get it and get it in a hurry and make a difference there.
Yeah, that's the hope, right? If they do make this change, because I agree with you 100%. Like I think Trey Moore has the ability to be more of a traditional outside linebacker who plays off the line of scrimmage, but man, it took him a while, and obviously he wasn't learning a new position, but the jump up in talent from UTSA to UT in the SEC was significant, and it took him a while to learn how to play that position at that level.
Right.
And now it's like you're going to make him learn another new position at that level, and it doesn't sound like this will be a full-time thing. They'll just be kind of rotating him in that edge room and playing more outside linebacker as well, which Texas doesn't always have an outside linebacker on the field. Right, sometimes they're playing 4-2-5. A lot of times they're playing 4-2-5.
Maybe he just moves that well that they think that he can help make a difference there. I thought he was starting to make a difference where he was.
Yeah, he was. Oh my God, he was awesome down the stretch. Like you said, it took him half, maybe 2/3 of the season to really. I mean, there were conversations on this network and around water coolers everywhere where Texas fans are like, "Why are we playing this dude? Like, is this? We just paid him a lot of money." So we feel like we have.
He didn't look like he could play at that level. He just looked like he was a good player, but the level was too much for him. And then he got it, and I'm like, now I'm thinking, okay, maybe they still think he can. They need, as you said, they've got enough depth at that position that they can move him to a position where they need the help. Maybe a guy who can drop with long arms, athletic ability, that can make some plays.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll
Is
be
he like
playing.
David Benda? I mean, do they think of him like David Benda? Can he move like that?
That's what I was going to ask. Well, I don't know. I think he's a little heavier than David Benda.
David Benda was a kind of thick dude, and I didn't know if he could move like he did, but he got pretty good at it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, David Benda played more inside, so Anwar Richardson's talking about Trey Moore still being on the outside, right? I mean, Texas has Anthony Hill and Leonga Lafau and Anthony Smith, and they got Brad Spence from Arkansas, one of the transfers, as inside linebacker. So I think they're okay. Again, they usually only have 2 of those guys on the field at one time. So they've got a pretty good rotation of 4 right there. So I don't know how much Trey Moore will see inside of this Texas defense, but
is he as good as is he as good as the 4? Is he if he's one of the 4, then because I think you have enough ability right on the outside at edge. But if he's as good as the 4 or better than one of those 4 guys, and he can get a lot of playing time, I think it's okay. I mean, I think that's a move that you don't just make that move if you watch that film of him the way he played at the end. You make that move because he can really, really help you there, and you feel like you're solid enough there at the edge that he can help you in space a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think I don't know. I haven't seen it.
I just don't see him moving in space like that off the line,
right. Yeah, again, I don't think they're going to move him really inside. And they just might tweak his position out there on the edge to just have him, instead of being in a 3-point stance, he's just standing up before the snap. So I don't know. I mean, it definitely could make him more money at the next level. Because that position versatility, if you can have it, if you could be, a 3-4 outside linebacker or a 4-3 edge rusher, being able to play both of those things is only going to increase your value in the eyes of the NFL. He
showed up on the film a lot more at the end, though. I know that.
My God, he was making plays left and right. Like Steve Sarkisian was getting asked every week, mainly by our guy Chip Brown, like, why is Trey Moore playing so much? Because he wasn't doing shit. And Sark's like, no, he's good against the run, and he's doing a lot of things that you guys just aren't quite seeing. And it's like, Coach, we're not idiots. He's not doing shit, all right? But he did. He figured it out. So I'll credit Sark and PK and Kenny Baker and that whole defensive staff for sticking with it, because they clearly felt like Trey Moore was close to breaking out. And he did break out. In the tougher part of the schedule against better teams and bigger games, he did. So, I think Trey Moore, I mean, it was big news when he announced that he was returning to Austin for one more season. I was excited. Everybody was excited. I'm excited to see what he could do. I don't know if I want him to be changing positions, though. And if I see him trying something new and he's not good at it, I'm going to be wondering why the hell they made that move.
Yeah, no kidding. Especially the way he was playing at the end.
Yeah. So a couple more position changes.
Which also tells you that the other guys are developing too. You know, the guys that we talked about at the edge, those guys are developing to be pretty good players too.
Well, we've already seen it, right? I mean, Colin Simmons is a true freshman. He won the Sean Alexander Freshman of the Year award in college football last year. He looks like a future all-conference player, if not an all-American.
Stronger to coming in this year, yes.
Yeah, and Ethan Burke. I think Ethan Burke's about to have a monster season. Am I biased because, he's our guy? Yeah, sure. But he made some big plays. Speaking of making big plays down the stretch, Ethan Burke made some huge plays down the stretch for Texas, and he's going to get more playing time this season now that Barron Sorrell is gone. Colton Vasek, if he could stay healthy, he'll take a step as well. So, yeah, they're good in that edge room, and you throw Trey Moore in there, like that's one of the better and deeper edge groups in college football. That's a strength of this Texas defense, without question. Another couple of moves on the defensive side of the football. This one excites me. Jalen Gilbo is switching from star to cornerback. That's what Jahdae Barron did last offseason. Remember, Jahdae Barron was more the star, a.k.a. the slot corner in the Texas defense a couple of years ago. He was very good at that, but they move him outside to corner, and he wins the Thorpe Award, and he solidifies himself as a first-round pick. I don't know if Jalen Gilbo is going to do all of that, but apparently the coaching staff used Jalen Gilbo as Jahdae Barron's replacement in 2025. So we're trying to figure out, who's going to be that number 2 corner opposite Manny Muhammad. Yes. Sounds like there's your answer. At least that's what the coaches are hoping for.
We saw a lot of him this year. He played well.
He did. Yeah, he did. Didn't get talked about as much as some of the other guys because he just wasn't. I mean, Jahdae Barron, Michael Taft, Andrew Makuba.
He just seemed to kind of do his job,
Yeah, did his job. You weren't talking about him. Sometimes when you're a defensive back, if they're not talking about you, that's a really good thing.
Yeah, I mean, when they're talking about you, you're getting burned up and guys spinning you around. That's different. I didn't see a lot of that from him. I just saw a really good, solid play. He didn't have the greatest of years, but he was pretty consistent. He was consistent on the better side than anything.
Yeah, we sure as hell were talking about Manny Muhammad a lot in the college football playoff.
We saw him like a spinning top.
Yeah, that's not an all pub is good pub kind of situation for him. So
I don't want him playing center field.
No.
On the high fly balls with the wind blowing.
He can play a little center field. I just don't want him looking drunk when he's doing it.
I don't want him drinking before. Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay if your DBs are playing a little center field and ball hawking from time to time. That's what you want, but you don't want him getting spun around and looking.
To find the ball when it's in the air.
Right, exactly. Jalen Gilbo is going into his 4th year at Texas, by the way. So he's been here for a while. Obviously, his role increased in 2024. It's going to be even bigger in 2025. But, man, if Jalen Gilbo can be like 80% as good as Jahdae Barron was as an outside corner for this team, then I don't think you have to worry about some tremendous drop-off in your secondary.
Well, I like the fact that they have now a lot of players that have gotten better in the secondary, and being around good players. And now that you look at these guys and you say their names, you don't think of them as, oh, let's just wait and see. You think of them as, oh, no, they should be good. They've had pretty good training. They've been around some other good players, been around a Thorpe Award winner. They've got another good, they've got players still remaining that have played a lot of football, which is that's good for that secondary.
Yeah, and I wonder who's making these.
And they've got the old ball coach back.
There you go. That's a perfect segue. I was going to ask. I wonder who's making these decisions, right? Is this PK and the guys who were on staff last year making decisions like this, or is this Dwayne Aquina looking at Texas film, and also Mark Orfeh too, the new cornerbacks coach? Is it those guys kind of working in tandem, looking at film and being like, no, I think this guy is actually better served out here?
I think we need somebody on the other corner.
They do. Yeah. Some would argue they need somebody at the other corner where Manny Muhammad is. I'm a Manny Muhammad guy. I believe in him.
I am too. I think he'll be fantastic this year.
He was great until the playoff. Now, the playoff matters more. And hey, Dak Prescott's great until the playoff. Look how people talk about him. You got to step up in the bigger games, but I got faith that Manny Muhammad will get better. Jelani McDonald. So you're wondering, all right, well, who's going to be the star? If they're moving Jalen Gilbo from star to corner, who could be playing more star for this Texas team. Jelani McDonald, who played a ton of safety last year once Derek Williams got hurt, he is moving down to that star position. Texas is loaded at safety, obviously with Michael Taft returning. They've got Derek Williams coming off that injury. They've got Xavier Filsaime as well. They've got the 5-star Jonah Williams, the true freshman coming in, who is going to have to play because he's that good. So I think Texas is like, all right, we've got some depth there. Let's make these moves to address some of the other quote-unquote holes that we have in our secondary. And all of this stuff makes sense. And even though Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon are gone, if PK's calling the shots, I trust him. If Dwayne Akina's calling the shots, I trust him.
Yeah, I mean, that's one. It should be one of the strong points about the defense is the secondary, and that's hard to say after what you lost. We did that 2 years ago with the defensive line when I said I don't know how good they can be on this defensive line, and what were they? They were as good or better than they were the year before.
Yeah.
So now I'm looking at the secondary. It's hard to believe they could be better than they were a year before.
They can't.
But
they can't. Right? They can't.
But once again, remember, we're talking about a group that was over 100 and ended up, I said, can we get to the 50s? You said, can they get to the 50s? I thought, can they be in the top 20? And there they were. They were the tops in the nations. Can they stay in the top 20 now?
Oh, okay. That's fair. I was like, they can't be better because, they ended number 7. They were number 1 going into the playoff. The end of the year is
can they stay in the top 15? You want to get to a national championship. You want to get back to a semifinal at least. That means they'd have to be in the top 15, BK.
See, I think, no, they made it to the semifinal outside of the top 100. So I think they could be lower than 15.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't want them to be in the top or outside of the top 100. That'd be a disaster. And Dwayne Akina might be looking for a retirement home if that's what the Texas secondary is looking like. It's funny. I think the Texas secondary is going to be good. But if you ask me of like the 3 levels of the defense, which ones I have the most questions about, it'd be the secondary. Like, it would be. Now, I get it. You're losing Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton, so a lot of people would say the defensive tackles, but I like the Cole Brevard and Travis Shaw pickups. Those guys are experienced players, and I love what Texas has on the edge. I think the linebacker room is really, really good.
Yes.
So I think I would go secondary, even though there's so much talent there and enough returning talent to where it shouldn't be viewed as a weakness. But I think that would be my biggest question mark. But I don't think it's going to be.
Well, once again, it's it's what you lose, and you also have 2 new coaches coming in for the new system. I mean, Dwayne Akina obviously knows his football, but you got 2 new coaches. I mean, you're replacing guys that these other guys understood the lingo, the whole works. As long as you got PK there, it works out pretty good. It should be fine.
Yeah, no, I still think this Texas defense is going to be elite, and I think it has to be, right? Because the offense has like 3 returning starters. So the defense has a lot more coming back than the offense does, and you're breaking in a new quarterback. I get it. He's Arch Manning. I get it. It's his 3rd year, but you're still breaking in a new quarterback.
Yes.
You got 4 new offensive linemen. You're losing like 3 of your top receivers. So the offense might be a work in progress when we get to August.
And hey, Cam Newton, you're not every year going to replace those guys with the same. I mean, they may have the same level. They got to have the same level of talent. Those guys are talented wide receivers that walked out of here over the last 2 years.
Yeah,
that's pretty obvious. So, you're giving a quarterback that's like a Heisman Trophy candidate and hadn't played that many games, but you better put somebody out there that can catch for him.
Right. Yeah, they've got DeAndre Moore and Ryan Wingo back from last year's team.
Niblett's gone. No, don't forget about that guy as much as he played.
Right. Oh, yeah. I don't know what Ryan Niblett's doing at this point.
I think he's playing in the secondary from when I saw somebody said yesterday. He's moving to safety. Wide
receiver to running back to safety. Hey, good for him. Like, that's a good team player right there, willing to do whatever it takes to help the team.
It's a good team player that's not going somewhere else. It sounds like he's sticking around here for his career. And that's sort of the kind of guys you need to make up your team. You need those guys. They're not all taking off and leaving.
For sure.
And when people when this whole thing came up about worrying about spring game and people taking your players and all that other shit, there's nobody leaving Texas.
Nobody you care about is leaving Texas.
Yeah, the reason they're leaving is they can't play at this level. That's the only reason you'd leave here. You're not leaving because somebody's going to outbid you at a position, or you're going to go and get some play. The reason you're leaving is you're not talented enough to be here. Somebody made a mistake along the way, maybe.
Right. Yeah. Dabo Sweeney came out yesterday and was like, yeah, we're not canceling our spring game. And, oh, you idiots think people are going to stop tampering because there's no spring game? No. They're going to tamper. They're going to get the players they want to get from you. They're not like just watching a spring game. So
and you're not going to lose those players that are really, really good. They're not leaving Texas.
Right.
For a lot of reasons, financially and the ability now to be coached at a better position. No, they're not leaving for those reasons. They're leaving because they can't play.
Leaving because they can't play. Yeah. When's the last time Texas has lost like a high impact transfer that you were really upset about?
Damn, that's been a while.
Been a while. I know. Speaking of transfers, by the way, like I think Texas will be in the market for a wide receiver after the spring.
I would believe that too. I mean, if there's a real, and it's got to be good, and remember, it's not a depth thing now.
No, they get to pick. This will be a tamper. This won't be like, oh, you wait and see. This will be like, no, we've got our eyes on you. We really like you. Here's what we're going to pay you. Put your name in the portal, please. We got your back.
Yeah.
It's going to be that. And like, I just don't. And look, it's Sark. He's earned the benefit of the doubt with receivers. It's Chris Jackson. I think he has 2.
Sure.
But there's not enough there in terms of like returning production.
Well, you got to tell me that Wingo is going to turn into that same cat that Ohio State had I mean, they're throwing the ball to him any chance they get. And he should, I mean, he's going to take a huge leap this year. I mean,
he won't be that.
He's going to take a massive leap.
Yeah, but he won't be Jeremiah Smith.
It's not him. It's them trusting in him and
right.
getting him in the right position, running the type of routes that are going to suit him with this big quarterback. I think that guy is going to be an amazing player. I would be very disappointed if he's just a guy running around catching 30 passes a year or 40 passes a year. I just think he'll be an outstanding player. That body type, the whole works. As I said, I wouldn't care that if he ran all tight end routes and he caught 75 balls running those kind of routes. That's fine with me.
Yeah, get the ball to number 5.
Long as most of them are for first downs.
Right. No, I think he's going to take a big step. And the coaches, as of this moment, the coaches are giving Ryan Wingo the opportunity to prove that he can be a number 1 receiver.
Yeah, and like you said, but you got to go get another one, and not one that's just taking up space. One that's like they've done over the last 2 years. Somebody that you key and say, that's the guy, we're going after him. Hey, sorry, Cam Newton, here's what we're going to pay to get that dude.
Well, yeah, the fact that they haven't to this point, I guess, should lead us to believe there's a chance that they're happy with what they have. Because all 3 of the transfers they got last offseason, they got before spring ball.
Yeah.
Right? Like Matthew Golden, Isaiah Bond were here for the spring. We knew Silas Bolden was coming. He wasn't here in the spring, but like he had already signed with Texas. So Texas didn't go out and get any portal receivers, which means you would think they're at least going to give the guys on campus the shot to prove that they're good enough to convince the coaches that they don't have to go get anybody.
And as much as the kid Moore did last year, I don't think he's that step like you had of those other guys that you went out and got. I think he's okay. I think he's okay as a second guy or okay as a third guy, but I don't see him being that second star wide receiver that's going to take you into the high numbers, receptions, average yardage. Now, he can score touchdowns. He scored touchdowns.
Yeah.
They threw it to him for touchdowns. But is that guy that are you going to depend on? That's who we're going to right now. I don't know if you can.
Yeah, as of now,
he's more like a third receiver to me.
39 catches, 456 yards, 7 touchdowns last year.
You need more than that.
Yeah, that was his redshirt freshman season. He didn't play he didn't have a catch 2 years ago. So that was basically his first year of college football, and he put up those numbers. I'm more of a believer in DeAndre Moore, I think.
Yeah, I think the staff is more of a believer than what I believe that I saw from him. I don't know if he can get into that 75 catch receiver.
Matthew Golden didn't have 75 catches. So no, I don't think he's going to. If that's your expectation, then no.
My expectations are more than 30, 39 to 40 catches.
Yeah, me too. That was his first year. He had more than Ryan Wingo did.
Yeah, like I said, Wingo to me was just a freshman learning the ropes. Although he was a star that they're just trying to figure out what they're going to do with him and how they're going to throw the ball to him. I think Sark is going to figure that all out. That's going to be coach figuring that all out. The kid's going to be just fine. Whatever they tell him to do, whatever route they tell him to run, he's going to catch it and do pretty good at it. But they're going to find situations where they can get him in spots where he's really comfortable.
Yeah.
More, okay. If he catches 50 balls, you're going to be excited. But like you said, BK, you still got to go out and get another one.
Right. Yeah, I think they will. Just to pair with those guys, right? I think those are your two starters. And don't get me wrong, Texas has some talented young cats, some early enrollees, and some guys going into their sophomore seasons or redshirt freshman seasons that I think will be great. And they'll have the opportunity over the next month or whenever spring football is to show what they've got. But as of this moment in time, I would predict Texas goes out and gets somebody at wide receiver when the portal opens up
I think
again.
they've eyeballed a couple of guys already.
I think so. I mean, they went after a couple in the early window. Eric Singleton was a name that a lot of people talked about, the Georgia Tech transfer who ended up at Auburn. Zachariah Branch, who was the USC transfer who ended up at Georgia.
Yes.
Texas kicked the tires on both of those guys, but that was it. They didn't go as hard after receivers as they did last offseason, again, when they signed 3 out of the portal. So I don't know. I don't know what that means, but with a young quarterback, I want more proven commodities on the outside than what Texas has at the moment. So see what happens. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. Do you think the Texas Longhorns need a wide receiver out of the portal? Do you think they need anything out of the portal, or are you perfectly fine with what they've got?
You're still looking for running back.
You think they're looking for a running back? Or they should be looking for a running back?
It would have to be an outstanding running back. And I don't know if it all depends on how the freshman, from last year, how he comes back with the knee. Once again, you're not going to know about that in the spring. You're just going to hear that it's getting better, but you're not going to see him running around.
I think the only running back that Texas would be in the market for is Jaheim White from West Virginia.
Okay.
Because I don't think there's going to be any running back that's good enough that hits the portal. And Jaheim White, obviously, you've got the Chad Scott and now the Neil Brown connection. That's the only guy. If they got him, I'd be very okay with it.
And hell, you can get out of Morgantown? Come on, man.
It's a no-brainer for him, right?
No kidding.
We are going to pay you to leave Morgantown to come to Austin.
Yeah, what's taking so long?
I'm telling you. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We've got more Texas football to get into. Also, the latest with the college basketball bubble watch. And a couple of funny stories, including a weird video from the Oscars that we've got to get to. That will be our TBT for the day. But before any of that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at Texas Orthopedics. Folks, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults. Got those bad ankles, knees, elbows, shoulders. You want to call on these folks. Spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Christopher Danny, Dr. Christopher Stockton. They are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you definitely deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. And now a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today, and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes,
Very
indeed.
nice.
Love the Covert family. Also love our friends at centextickets.com. One more home game for the Texas men's basketball team. It's this Saturday night against the hated Oklahoma
Sounds
Sooners.
like a big one.
Oh, my God, it's a huge one. OU beat Mizzou last night. Big win for them in their NCAA tournament hopes. So, yeah, this game Saturday night will be massive. You got coaches coaching for their jobs. You've got teams fighting for their tournament lives. And it's Texas OU. What more do you need? If you want to be in the building, go to centextickets.com. use the promo code CENTEX10, and you're going to get 10% off of your Texas OU tickets. But, of course, it's not just Texas basketball. They got you with Texas baseball, Texas softball, any Texas sporting event. They've got you for South by Southwest, concerts, comedy shows, anything coming to Austin, anything coming to Central Texas, anything in the country. It's not just here. They've got you covered with tickets to all of the most popular events all over the U.S. of A. One place to get them, that's centextickets.com. And also a shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. I'm rocking our TSU pullover this morning, done by Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Our TSU hats, our stickers, our koozies, our pullovers, our everything done by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics, a local company based right here in South Austin that can get you what you need for your business, and they can get it to you very, very quickly. You can find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing, or you can give our buddy Adam a call or a text at 512-300-9641.
Quickly, BK, you take a chance on Bosa. What do you think if you're a GM and Bosa's available? I mean, he looks like he gets a lot of injuries.
He does get injured a lot. Again, he's only played 28 games in the last 3 seasons.
Oh, boy, and you're going to have to pay a lot of money for that dude, right?
I don't know. I don't know what his situation is. I think the Chargers are going to be paying him a little bit, which could mitigate the amount that he's looking for from a new team. He's not going to be cheap, but I don't think he's going to be like amongst the highest paid edge rushers in football anymore. Because, 51 possible games, he's played 28 of them in the last 3 seasons. So he's on the wrong side of 30. He's dealt with a number of different injury issues. When he's on the field, he's still really, really good. But, someone will take a chance on him.
The Eagles wheeling and dealing and finding a way to get that guy on their defensive line, or along with the guys that they already have.
I'd be pretty surprised if Philly could make that happen. I mean, if Joey Bosa is willing to be like, I don't need much money at all, I just want to go win a Super Bowl, then okay, sure. If you can get him to play for very cheap, then Philly's got a shot. But I don't think. I mean, Washington, you brought up the Commanders earlier.
Yeah.
Like, if the Commanders don't get Myles Garrett, because it seems like they are very much in the mix on trying to acquire him, then I think Joey Bosa could be a pretty nice contingency plan that obviously wouldn't require you giving up any draft picks.
No.
So, a team like that, one to look out for. Joey Bosa is going to end up with a team. There are a lot of NFL GMs who are on the phone with Joey Bosa's people today to
there's no doubt. You're right.
See what it's going to take.
I mean, I can, in the NFL, you can talk about injuries, but they look back at, were they all pros? Were they all this? Were they all that? When they're healthy, how good are they? He's very good if he stays healthy, but damn, it's a lot of games.
It's a lot of games.
He missed a lot of games.
He missed a lot of games. I don't know if I want the Cowboys to kick the tires on him.
No,
I don't think the Texans need to. I think the Texans, they've got Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. Like, that's one of the best edge duos in the league.
Yeah, they're young. They're fine.
Yeah, so they'll be okay there. It'll be interesting. Some big name free agents: Darius Slay, Joey Bosa, Tyler Lockett. All of those guys have been cut. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers is out there as well.
He's getting ready to retire, man.
Your guy, Aaron Rodgers, who's going to your Minnesota Vikings.
No, he's not going. They're not going to let him do that. They're not. They're going to roll with the young guy this year.
Complete the prophecy.
I get these wide receivers in Minnesota are going, really? You let Sam the Bam Darnold go?
Sam the Bam Darnold? What is that?
Why would you let him go? Why would they?
What is that nickname? No, I'm not letting you off the hook with that. What is that? Did you just come up with that on the spot?
On the spot, yeah. Why would you let him go? Why would you let Sam the Bam go?
There's nothing Bam about him.
He had a great year.
I think Bam, like our guy Rod B used to call Sam Ellinger Bam Bam Sam because he ran the ball.
This guy was Bam Bam because he in the pocket, they bammed him every chance they got.
Okay. Get bammed, Sam?
Yes, they did.
Yeah. You better get used to seeing Sam Darnold in black and yellow or silver black or blue and white.
Yeah, I got a feeling that the Raiders, because they never make a good move anyway, so they're next up.
Yeah, it feels like a good spot for Sam Darnold, right?
Doesn't that feel like a good spot for him to end his career?
For him to resort back into a pumpkin?
Oh, yeah. That's
he truly is. Yeah. Yeah. Free agency is going to be fun. Again, it officially opens up next Wednesday. But tons of moves are happening across the NFL right now. All right, a quick check of the men's college basketball bubble. We mentioned that Oklahoma beat number 15 Missouri last night. Huge win for the Sooners to keep their tournament hopes alive. Saturday's game for both teams will be massive here at Moody Center. Did a quick check of the ESPN analytics. As of this moment, the Longhorns only have a 32% chance of making the NCAA tournament. And that includes the win over Mississippi State. Before Monday, it was way lower than that. They get the big road win, the Quadrant 1 win on the road in Starkville. And their chances improved, but still only 32%, which I think leads you to believe that they've got to win this game on Saturday, and then they might have to win at least one in Nashville next week.
Ooh.
In the SEC tournament. What's your confidence level that this team can rip off? That'd be a 3-game win streak. If they win Saturday and win one in the SEC tournament, that'd be 3 straight wins for Texas, following a stretch where they had lost 6 of their previous 7. It's the confidence level that
I'm not on a good streak with them right now because I didn't think they could win the other against Mississippi State. Now I think they can win at home against Oklahoma. They should. It's Oklahoma. My God.
I know.
You know, they've got to play. They'll play with that effort. I would think they're going to play with that kind of effort that we saw the other night. Don't they have to? Or the coach is automatically gone.
Well, the problem is other teams are starting to play with more effort too.
Yeah, I mean, the Oklahoma win last night was, Missouri can be streaky at times. They've been pretty good lately, but, Oklahoma, everybody's streaky right now, it seems like. The ones that are fighting on the bubble, they're the streaky teams anyway, right?
Oh,
They're going to play a couple good games. They're going to play some shitty games. The good ones are already in.
Right. Yeah, the good ones can lose right now.
Yeah, the good ones are already in. So I think Texas has a good chance. I like their chances to beat Oklahoma. I don't know about if they come up against South Carolina or somebody again. I worry about games like that in tournament play. Can they win a couple in a row? I don't know if they can.
Texas has won 8 in a row against Oklahoma. Their last loss to the Sooners was here in Austin back on January 26th, 2021.
Yeah, I feel good about this one.
Yeah, I do too. Oklahoma played desperate last night. I mean, you look around the country, teams like North Carolina, Ohio State, a lot of these other bubble teams have really upped their play in these last couple of days as the calendar has flipped over to March. So it's not going to be easy this weekend, but I like Texas in this spot too. And we'll see if that's enough. But again, the analytics are telling you the Longhorns might need 2 more wins to feel good about their chances. And it might be you've got to win 2, and you also have to root against a few other teams around the country as well. You cannot have any bid stealers. That's going to be a problem, I think.
And you do. You have at least 2 of those that'll happen to you.
Yeah, and I looked at the bracket matrix too this morning. Again, the compilation of all of the bracketologies from around the interwebs. There are 118 updated bracketologies. Texas is only in the field of 68 in 16 of them. Now, I will say this. Maybe I should correct myself. Not all of these are updated. A couple of these have not been changed since the Longhorns beat Mississippi State. So I think that number is going to be a little higher than 16. But still, in the majority of bracket projections out there, Texas is on the outside looking in, which means in the words of Kobe Bryant, I'll quote him because Sark quoted him earlier, job's not finished. That win in Stark Vegas was nice, but it did not punch the Longhorns' ticket.
No,
so I don't know.
Ticket unpunched if they lose Saturday, period.
Yeah, unless they win the SEC or get to the final of the SEC tournament.
The final, I would believe.
But they're not doing that.
No. I think they win Saturday, and I don't even know what they do in game 1 there in the tournament, depending on who they play. What are they going to play, Vandy? No, they'll play better teams, won't they?
Well, Vandy's a lot better than Texas. Let me see if
they could end up with somebody like Vandy.
Yeah, I wonder if I could find a quick what the bracket would be if the season ended today. Right now, Texas would be the 13 seed. They would play Georgia. Uh-oh. And so if the SEC tournament started today, Texas would play Georgia in the 12-13 matchup.
No, I wouldn't like that.
on March 12th, which is next Wednesday.
No, I would not like that.
You wouldn't like playing. You wouldn't like playing Georgia.
Yeah, it's almost
Georgia.
Like
we never lose to them in anything.
When you play, you can lose to everybody. They've lost to everybody. I don't want to play
Georgia
South
came
Carolina.
in here recently.
Yeah, well,
I'd rather play South Carolina than Georgia.
Yeah, Texas catapulted South Carolina to like 2 straight victories after that. They were feeling good about themselves, but I think they've turned back into South Carolina. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'd like to get them again.
Yeah, they've won one other game besides Texas. They beat Arkansas a week after beating the Longhorns. So they got 2 wins.
You don't want to play Georgia again, do you? Not right away. Or is that okay?
I don't know. I thought Texas was going to beat Georgia the first time around. I think they can beat Georgia. But I sure as hell didn't love what I saw on Saturday.
Like that.
No,
you'd rather play South Carolina.
It's looking like Georgia, Arkansas, maybe Oklahoma again, maybe Vanderbilt again. So out of those, you want Oklahoma because that's the team that you've beaten. But you went 0-2 against Arkansas. You went 0-1 against Georgia. You went 0-1 against Vanderbilt.
They're going to go 2-0 against Oklahoma. They're going to win Saturday against Oklahoma.
I think so too, man. Yeah, but I'm worried about this because, like, maybe I have the power to determine the outcome of Saturday night's game because I picked Texas to win all 3 of the games that they lost in their losing streak. And then like you, I'm like, Texas ain't beating Mississippi State on the road. No chance. Right. And they won that game. So maybe I should pick Texas to lose on Saturday and they're actually going to win.
No, they'll win. They don't need you. This is a rivalry game. Hey, it's about the culture, Cam.
Whoa. Okay, if Cam Newton wants to dunk on Texas basketball culture, he has every right to because it's not very good. You can't dunk on Texas football culture right now because it's elite. Texas basketball culture, everybody wants – there are going to be fans – I don't think fans who show up at Moody Center, but there are going to be fans who are like hoping Texas loses this game on Saturday so it can be the final nail in the coffin.
No nails in coffins. Never want to lose to Oklahoma. Never.
I'm telling you. That's how I feel. I'm on your side on that, but I am telling you. I'm telling you right now.
No, I'll leave that decision up to the athletic director and the rest of them about the head coach's future, but I don't want to be losing to no Sooners or the Aggies ever.
I am not leaving the decision up to Chris Del Conte. I am making the decision to get rid of Rodney Terry.
You are?
But I would like Texas to beat Oklahoma on Saturday. So I will never, like you said, I will never root for the Sooners against Texas in anything. Rooting for Texas to lose to Mississippi State is one thing. I mean, I still get a little queasy thinking about doing that. But Oklahoma, A&M, Arkansas, come on, man. In the words of Cam Newton, come on, bro. Come on, man.
Bro, come on, no.
Come on, dude. Shout out to Noe.
You don't be losing to Oklahoma. Final game of the season, no. At home, no.
Boy, the Boo Birds will be out. I mean,
forget about it. I mean,
they might boo RT during the starting lineups like they did a few weeks ago. But if Texas is down by, I don't know, 8 or 9 in the last minute against Oklahoma, and it's clear that the game is over. I mean, a lot of the fans may be already in their cars, but the ones who are stayed, they might be booing. You might hear a fire Rodney chant.
Yeah, you lose that game, you're going to have to win 2 in the tournament. You're right. You may have to get to the finals.
More than 2.
Wow.
More than 2. Shout out to Noe, by the way. Thank you for the
Noe.
chat. You're the man. Always appreciate you tuning in, Noe. So that's Saturday. Again, I'm not a fan of must win. And technically, this is not a must win because you can lose this game and win the SEC tournament and you could still win a national championship. But if we are being one bit realistic, this is a must-win game for Texas on Saturday.
And they will win.
We'll preview it. We might get our guy Tyler McComas from up in Norman on the show on Friday.
They will win
tomorrow.
They'll win that game, BK. You got that win streak going. This will be the nail in the coffin. You lose this because you've got that kind of win streak going when you're playing them at their place and you come home in a must-win situation and you lose to them.
There's so much on the line. I'm telling you, both coaches might be coaching for their jobs. Like, I think Rodney Terry's fate is kind of sealed, barring a second weekend tournament run, but I don't know that for sure. But Porter Mosier's in the same boat at Oklahoma, where it's like a lot of that fan base is kind of rooting for them to lose so they can be done with that era. But it's like if they beat Texas and they make the tournament because of it, maybe he gets another year. That might be a reason to root for Oklahoma right there because Porter Moser sucks.
Yeah.
I want that dude to stick around there because I don't think you ever have to worry about OU basketball as long as he's in Norman.
Yeah, he's that guy. Yeah, there are 2 guys coaching for their jobs on Saturday. How about that?
I wonder if we bring out the cup snake. No, we're not going to do that. Remember that bit? The OU game in Norman? They had all those cups stacked around, or it was a balloon snake.
Bring the balloons out.
Yeah, we're going to have a balloon guy on Saturday. And that almost worked for OU. They almost came back in that game.
Yeah, but I don't think this team can get on a 3-game winning streak, in the tournament. I just don't think it. No.
Well, the 3-game win streak, all they need is a 3-game win streak with Mississippi State, OU, and first round of SEC tourney, and they'll be in. I think they'll be in. But yeah, they're not winning 3 in a row in Nashville.
No.
Because that is okay. Let's look. So they played Georgia in round 1 if it ended today. They'd get A&M in round 2. They did beat A&M once. A&M also just beat Auburn. And then they would get, looks like Tennessee in round 3.
Oh.
So, like, you'd much rather get your winning streak against Mississippi State, OU, and Georgia than Georgia, A&M, and Tennessee.
Yeah, I know you felt good about that Georgia game. I don't feel good about them versus Georgia.
Ask me on Sunday.
In football,
right? Not that bad. Ask me on Monday, I guess, how I feel about Texas's chances in the SEC tournament. Because if they lose to OU on Saturday, I think I'll be rooting for them to lose in the first round of the SEC tournament. Just take me out of my misery, please.
Yes.
Like, get rid of this. They're going to accept an NIT bid if they get one. Brace yourselves. I know a lot of Longhorn fans are like, if you get it, don't accept. They're going to accept it. They always do. They did under Shaka a few years ago. They're going to do the same.
Hey, and they won a championship, so.
And they won an NIT.
Yeah, they won a championship. That's right. National Invitational Tournament.
I don't even want to call that a championship. We need another word to describe winning the NIT. They just won the NIT. They didn't win a championship. They won the NIT.
Is there a banner in the rafters for that?
Not a specific one.
Is there something in the corner? Is there a plaque?
Well, they've got because they won the NIT in the 70s as well. Yeah. So they've got like a joint. Here's the years we won the NIT banner.
A little streamer.
Yeah, which other teams have too. If they made their own separate, like 2020, what was it, 2021 NIT banner, and I would probably go up there and rip it down myself. Take a pair of skizzers up there and just chop. See ya. Whatever. If I get arrested for that, I'm doing the right thing. I'm on the right side of history by doing that. So there's some Texas basketball. Again, we might check in with Tyler. I'll reach out to him, get some thoughts on Texas OU hoops.
Not invited tournament. Not in tournament.
That's what it is. That's what the NIT should stand for. You're not in the tournament. Wow. NIT, not in tournament. Okay, Buck, let's have some fun here. We've got a TBT video.
Let's see this.
A quick shout out, though, to a few more sponsors.
So which comfort system's got to get ready. It's going to start warming up this weekend. That air conditioner is going to pop in, and you're going to need that thing when it pops on to be all cleaned out. The filter is going to need to be cleaned up. So call on Which Comfort Systems if you're feeling like, I don't know if my air conditioner is working the right way, or I flipped it on just for the sake of thinking it's going to get warm here and it's not working properly. Call on Which Comfort Systems. For almost 70 years, they've been doing it in Central Texas, and nobody does it better than the folks at Which Comfort Systems.
Yes, indeed. WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website, or you can give them a call, 512-842-5066. Shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes as well. Oh, yeah. It's time to renovate in 2025. Reach out to Mike and his great team at McCall Custom Homes. New kitchen, new bathroom, new life to your outdoor space. Maybe you've got a growing family. You need to add on to the home. McCall Custom Homes can do all of it, and they've been doing all of that stuff in Central Texas for 40 years. It's a father-son business. They've got a ton of experience, and that experience has been here in Central Texas. They started in Austin. They have stayed in Austin, so they know what it takes to turn your Austin area home into something truly, truly special. And of course, when you upgrade and renovate, you add value to your home. Not saying you're thinking about selling yet, but at some point, you're going to sell your house. It's going to be worth more if you invest in it right now. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. That's their website. You can check out the gallery of projects they've done over the last 4 decades. Get some ideas for your home, and they'll help you come up with some ideas as well. McCall Custom Homes, ATX, or give our buddy Mike a call or a text at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. All right. A little TBT action for you, Buck. By the way, quick shout out to the Texas softball team. They beat Baylor 4-0 last night at McCombs Field. Anytime a Texas team beats Baylor, we're going to give them some love on this show because screw Baylor, you know?
Absolutely.
Beat an old Big 12 rival. Take care of business in a midweek non-conference game. That's all right. Longhorn softball will be in Columbus this weekend in the Ohio State tournament. Hopefully we can beat Ohio State in that sport. We should be able to beat Ohio State in that sport.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, let's do a little TBT video. Did you watch the Oscars this past weekend?
I watched some of it. I didn't get into, I didn't get into it real deep. I watched some of the beginning. I like to see the red carpet, check out what everybody's wearing. Then I just bag it, say enough is enough. I don't like to see them kissing each other's asses when they receive an award and all that. No thanks.
There is a lot of that. I mean, the whole acting industry, it kind of cracks me up. And look, I love movies and shows. I don't watch them that much, but I enjoy them. I'm glad they exist. I don't want the industry to go away. But it does kind of make me laugh how seriously these people take themselves.
Oh, yeah.
How important they think they are when their job is to literally fake being somebody. Like they act like they're someone else, yet they act like they are the most important people in the world.
Right.
And I do kind of get a kick out of that. Now, it's not going to stop me from paying attention. But the 97th Oscars happened over the weekend, and they kept talking about how they wanted to shorten the Oscars, by the way. They didn't. It went 20 minutes longer than expected. This is not the story we're going to focus on, but I had this written down, so I want to mention it. The event was on ABC and Hulu. I stayed up to the very end. The Hulu live stream actually ended early before they announced Best Actress and Best Picture.
What?
I don't know how Hulu screws this up, but they cut away from it. So everybody who was watching on Hulu didn't get to see who won like 2 of the most important awards of the night. You're wasting hours on end watching that shit, like waiting for those announcements, and you didn't even get to see them. I don't know. Nora was
that up.
I don't know. ABC was fine. I was watching on cable because I am not a cord cutter because, I respect our elders.
There you go.
I respect the old times. I like a spring football game. Sue me.
The ABCs and the CBSs of the world, you're still hanging with them?
Yeah. Now, my rectum hurts from what Spectrum does to it every day.
Yes.
But I still pay for it. Nora was the big winner, by the way. Have you seen that movie?
No.
I'd never heard of it before the weekend, but they got 5 awards, including Best Picture and Best Actress. So they cleaned up on Sunday night. But the TBT video has nothing to do with the Nora. It does have something to do with The Brutalist, which was one of the finalists or one of the nominees for Best Picture.
I think I'd like to see that.
And the actor won Best Male Actor for his performance in The Brutalist. The actor's name is Adrian Brody. He gave literally the longest speech in Oscars history. It was almost 6 minutes long after he won the award. Like, they started playing the music, and he's like, no, shut the music off. I know how this works. I want to keep talking. It's not going to be very long. And it was like 3 minutes longer. It was ridiculous. The guy speaking of taking yourself seriously and thinking you're important, that was Adrian Brody. Well, he gets announced that he wins the award for Best Actor, and he's sitting next to a very attractive lady. I'll tell you more about her in a second. But he gets his name called. He kisses his girl. He gives a couple of hugs. Then he walks up to the stage. Here's the video of him walking up to the stage. As he's walking up the steps to give his speech, you see what he does there, Buck?
I didn't see that move.
I'll show it one more time. He's chewing gum. He spits his piece of gum into his hand and then tosses it to his girl, who runs up to try to catch it She didn't catch it, by the
Well,
way.
don't they have like a little podium thing up there that he can just slip that underneath and then come back and get it later?
Oh, you're saying stick it to the bottom of the podium?
Sure, and come back and get it later. Or before he leaves, just pick it back up, put it in his mouth.
Like, yeah, maybe just spit it out before this award gets announced because there's a chance you're going to win the award.
How about swallowing that piece of gum, dude? I do it all the time.
Swallow the piece of gum. Or just like you can have the gum up there while you're talking. Just don't smack it, but like you can talk with gum in your mouth.
Stick it in your pocket. You're going to give back that cheap-ass suit you got on anyway.
Oh, you think that's a cheap-ass tux that dude's wearing?
Yeah, that's a rental. Put it in the pocket.
Okay, so that's... Yeah, put it somewhere. You shouldn't have it in your mouth at that stage of the Oscars when it could be you getting called up there to speak.
He actually threw it back to her. Nice.
What is this? Like, the internet's not happy with Adrian Brody, by the way. They think this is very demeaning to his girlfriend, that he, like, made her, and she ran up there, I guess, but she went up there to catch his gum with her bare hands. Dude, I'm not doing that. Would you do that for your wife?
No.
Yeah.
No, I would say give it to some of the person that's getting ready to give you the award. Put it in their hands. Don't put it in my hands.
Oh, I can't remember who it was that announced the award, but it's like, hey, Matt Damon, here you go. Hold on to this, guy.
Yeah. Can you imagine Matt Damon? He'd put it in his hair.
What if it's a woman up there? I'd like, here, you hold it. It's probably a dude, I guess. It was Best Actor. They usually have a...
Just slip this in your bra for me. I'll come back and get it later.
Ooh. Well, that would have been better than this because the camera caught this. Like, this is not someone's phone. This was on the Oscars telecast. This guy spitting the gum into his hand. It's a horrible toss, by the way. Like, his girl doesn't catch it. Dude, look at it.
How can she catch it? It's high and outside.
Yeah, it's a bad throw right there. So I guess that means she goes and picks it up off the ground.
Yeah, and then holds on to it till he gets back. No.
Gives it back to him? Like, here you go, honey. I held this for you. It touched the ground at the Oscars, but...
I would have slammed it in his eye.
Well, she didn't look that pissed. Again, if I'm the girl, I'm not even running up. Like, figure it out, guy. Swallow it or deal with it.
Just swallow the damn thing, unless he had a whole chaw in there or something.
I don't know. By the way, that woman is...
Somebody said the movie is like 6 hours long, too.
It's a long movie. I have not seen The Brutalist. I think it's 3.5 hours. Let's take a look at the official runtime. 93% on Rotten Tomatoes. Why is this taking so long to find? 215 minutes.
Wow.
That's 3 hours and 35 minutes.
No, that's too long for me.
Yes.
I don't have a relax the bag chair at the movie theater. I got a problem then. Or I'm asleep by then.
Yeah, it's about a Holocaust survivor who immigrates to the United States. I feel like my people should be watching that movie. But got rave reviews. It's a long time, though. I have commitment issues, as you know. Like, I have trouble watching an hour and a half.
Go watch half and go back and watch the next half later.
Dude, I have a tough time watching, like, an episode of a TV show. That's an hour long. It's like, can we shorten this up a little bit, please? So you're talking about a 3.5 hour movie. That is a huge commitment.
Wow.
That is like in the summer when hockey and basketball are done and football hasn't started yet, and you're kind of in the dog days of Major League Baseball season, and college baseball is done too. Like, that's maybe where you carve out enough time to watch The Brutalist, because that is brutally long. 3.5 hours plus. But anyways, that woman there who ran up to try to catch the gum but failed, her name is Georgina Chapman. Do anything for you, that name?
No.
That is the ex-wife of the great Harvey Weinstein.
Really?
I don't know if I should call him the great, actually. I might get canceled for that.
Yeah. That's that's his ex?
Weinstein's ex-wife. Is that somewhat like, look, Adrian Brody, weird guy, based on this gum throw and based on the speech, but this is one of the best actors in the world right now.
He already won an Oscar before.
Yeah, seems like a pretty good-looking dude. Like, he's got his pick of the litter, you would think. And look, Georgina Chapman's a very attractive woman, but you talk about baggage, dude. Harvey Weinstein? You're married to that guy?
Yeah, that's a toughie.
She an accomplice? Number one. Number two, like, why do you...
Cam, what about the culture there, Cam?
Harvey Weinstein only was able to do what he did to those kids because of the money. He's right, actually. That one would actually check out for Cam.
Come on, culture guy.
So I don't know who's weirder here. Like Adrian Brody throwing the gum or Georgina Chapman trying to catch the gum.
Why is she running up for that guy's gum? Screw that guy.
I know, but the weirdest thing is him dating her. I think that takes the cake here. What are we doing? Find somebody else. There's too many attractive ladies in the world to be.
You don't need the controversy.
Oh, and good point. CB brought this up before the Oscars on the red carpet. Maybe you saw this because you were talking about watching the red carpet.
I saw the kiss.
Yeah, what was that about?
I don't know. It seemed real.
I was told that they were in some movie together that had a kiss scene. So they had kissed before for a movie. And I guess Halle Berry wanted to recreate that because she knew this guy was going to win Best Actor. So she wanted a little piece of the action.
Look out for Mrs. Weinstein.
Which Weinstein is what we're calling her. Weinstein. Yeah. So Mrs. Yeah, that's what we should be calling her there. All right, so there's your TBT video. Weird bits all around. Don't do that. Don't throw your gum at your girl. There's your tip for kids in the car line.
Put it underneath the podium and come back when your speech is done after 6 minutes and grab your gum and stick it back in your mouth.
Now that would have been funny.
Yeah.
Literally, because the camera would have obviously been on Adrian Brody up there. If like right before the start of a speech, they catch him like sticking the gum out and sticking it under the podium. That'd be awesome. He'd be getting roasted maybe more than he was for this if he did that. Well, the best thing ever would have been, and this would have been like a skit out of SNL, is after his speech, he just grabs it and puts it back in his mouth. Keeps chewing.
Walks off the stage. Especially after he took so long.
That would help the Oscars. They need that.
I'd catch that dude's speech.
Yeah, that was about as long as the movie, it sounds like. It was
Wow.
just ridiculous. He would not shut up, and most of it was not good.
Wasn't he the pianist or penis? He won something for that, didn't he?
Call him a penis?
The pianist. He was the pianist. He won an award for that, I believe.
I don't know. What is that word you're saying? He was like in an adult film or something? Like a dick double?
Pianist. He was the pianist. He won an award for that.
Say that again?
Was he long-winded in that when he won that award?
I'm just trying to long-winded. I see what you did there, calling him a penis. It doesn't seem like the greatest guy in the world. I don't know if I would call him that. He's won an Oscar. I don't know what he's won an Oscar for. I don't keep up with Hollywood enough to know that. But I do know Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson and Dennis Quaid and a few others are trying to bring Hollywood to Texas. Have you seen this?
No.
I was talking about this at dinner last night. Like there's some legislation that folks are trying to get passed that would give big tax breaks to like Hollywood filmmakers.
Well, they would love to come here, but the taxes have been just keeping them away. They've been keeping them places. They go to places like Michigan, where they can film stuff a lot cheaper. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to do that here, but they can't.
That's the thing. Yeah. So that's what McConaughey and some of his crew are trying to change, right? They're trying to give those tax breaks and incentives to that so we can get more stuff filmed instead of all in California or New Mexico or, neighboring states. So obviously that would hurt our taxpayer dollars in the short-term future, but I think their argument's going to be like, in the long term, it's going to be really good for us. We'll all make more money.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted to do it. They've been wanting to do films here for years. It's just the tax breaks aren't here.
You could film, you got everything here. You got cities, you got rural countries, mountains, desert, a little bit of everything. So, all right, there you go. There's Oscars talk. ESPN is canceling Around the Horn. Does that do anything for you, Buck? Did you ever watch that show?
I watch it when I'm sitting around late before a game comes on or something. I'll see the replays with those guys. I'm fine. I was fine with it. It doesn't move the needle for me, but it's okay.
And the last episode is going to air on May 23rd. The show has been around for 23 years. It debuted on November 4th, 2002, More than 4,900 episodes. of
Yeah,
Around the Horn.
I think those two guys are genuine friends. They've known each other for a long time.
No, you're thinking of Pardon the Interruption.
Oh, I'm sorry.
PTI
Around the Horn is with what's his name, the younger guy.
Tony Reale.
Is that him?
The host?
Yes.
He's not as young anymore. He's been hosting that show for 2 decades.
Yeah, that one I can do without.
Yeah, PTI is still going on with Kornheiser
PTI is still
and
going
Wilbon.
on with those two. Around the Horn is the guys from the different sports writers.
Yes.
No, I can do without that.
Okay, so that's not the one you watch. You watch PTI from
I
time
watch
to time.
PTI. I could do without that, but I just fall into PTI anyway.
Dude, when I was growing up, it was an hour. It was the power hour. It was Around the Horn and PTI back to back.
Wow.
And it was the greatest thing ever. I'd come home from school, get a little snack, and then watch those 2 shows, and then I'd do my homework. Like every day. It was like rite of passage. It was Kellerman hosting, then it was Reale hosting, and obviously PTI has been the same 2 knuckleheads basically since the jump.
I did like Kellerman though.
You did?
I did. I mean, you like this guy, Tony? You like him better?
Do you like Kellerman now?
I said I liked him back then.
Okay.
When it first came on.
Yeah, I mean, he was better back then because he sold his soul to just be a hot take artist.
Yeah.
He's become kind of a dweeb in his later stages of his career.
I don't even know what he does now.
I don't know where he is either. He worked his way up at ESPN for a while and got up pretty high. And then he had maybe the worst take of all time where he was asked, like, the Golden State Warriors days before they got Durant, but like still the Dynasty Warriors when they had Steph and Clay and Draymond. He was asked, who do you want taking the last shot in a big game? And he said, I want Iguodala.
Oh, boy.
Over Steph. That's like the one Max Kellerman quote that he's going to live with for the rest of his life.
He did a lot of stuff for boxing, did he not?
Yeah, a lot of boxing stuff too. Was better at that, but wasn't good at that. I don't think he's really good at anything. But, Around the Horn, that was a huge part of my childhood. I don't watch that show much these days. It's still on just about every day. But they've lost a lot of the OGs.
Yes.
Reale was great. The host is important, but you got to have good personalities from those 4 cities around the country. And the Woody Page days, Jay Mariotti.
Jay Mariotti is awesome.
He's kind of a POS.
Yes, he is.
He's gotten into some off-the-set problems, if you will. Tim Calishaw out of Dallas was a big part of that. Bill Plaschke, Jackie McMullen, Jay Adonde. They had some big names.
Jackie McMullen's my girl from Boston College.
Did you go there at the same time as her?
I was just a little bit in front of Jackie. I mean, behind. I was behind. Sorry. She's younger than I am.
Oh, okay. I was curious. What did you mean by?
Because she wrote for the Boston Globe too. She did a lot with the Boston Globe.
Yeah, I think she still is there.
May still be there, yeah.
Yeah, she's had a great career.
She has.
She was a big part of that show. Yeah, it was awesome. That was must-see TV, I'm telling you, for Kid BK. And I know for a lot of folks around my age, maybe even a few years older and a few years younger, that was like a staple of childhood and high school and maybe even into college as well. So rest in peace. I guess we got a few more months. Once again, May 23rd is going to be the final episode of Around the Horn if you would like to watch it, but it is going away after a more than 2-decade run.
Nice.
Last thing here, Buck, another fun story. Actually, quick sponsor shout out. Who do we need to give some love to? I want to give some love to Sleep Cycle Center here. You hear Chip talk about them all the time in the afternoon. We'll talk about them here in the morning. If you've got sleep apnea, if you've got snoring problems, and it's ruining your life or it's ruining your partner's life, reach out to Dr. Denman and his great team at Sleep Cycle Center. They've got 2 Austin area locations, and they can make your sleeping problems a thing of the past. Reggie White, the Hall of Fame pass rusher, died because of sleep apnea.
Yes.
Don't do that. Like snoring, it's no big deal. No, this can literally kill you if you don't get these problems addressed. You want to be waking up with energy. You don't want to be having to sleep in the guest bedroom or on the couch because your snoring is too loud that it wakes up the lady or the man, whoever you sleep next to. That's totally up to you. Our friends at Sleep Cycle Center can take care of all of those problems. Just check them out, sleepcyclecenter.com for more info. And if you tell them you heard about them on Texas Sports Unfiltered, they're going to give you $100 off your sleep test study. So they're hooking you up at Sleep Cycle Center. Buck, are you a Monopoly fan?
I played a few Monopoly games, yes.
When's the last time you think you've
25 years ago, 30 years ago.
So
when I first came play with my kids when they were probably still kids.
Former Monopoly fan, but not so much nowadays.
No, I was always the big winner. Boardwalk, Park Place, I owned that stuff. I owned all the railroads. I was good.
How'd you pull that off?
Oh, I paid off my kids.
There you go, with Monopoly money.
Yeah, gave them the money and said, I need those railroads. I need Reading Railroad, yes.
I'm surprised you didn't graduate from Michigan with all that cheating you're doing.
I didn't do anything with the hotels. I wasn't very good with the hotels, so.
Well, Monopoly money is such a big deal, right? Like that's everybody knows about Monopoly money. Well, apparently Hasbro, the inventor of Monopoly, has announced an updated version of the beloved board game that will no longer involve cash.
What?
There won't be any Monopoly money. There won't be any cash. There won't be a banker. Instead, you'll have a mobile app that handles all of the transactions for you. A smartphone or tablet will take over the banker role through Monopoly app banking, which keeps track of each player's money and properties.
Yeah, and next they'll tell me they don't have the little Scottish dog there, the little dog piece that I always got.
That was the one you went with?
I always went with that one, yes.
Oh, what were the other pieces? You had that old fire truck looking thing. You had the dog. You had the cat. Yeah, the car. That was the fire truck looking thing.
Yeah,
the hat.
Fire truck looking thing, yeah. I always had a little dog. The schnauzer. I think it was a little schnauzer.
What else? You had the cannon there. You had the iron. Wasn't it like an iron? Remember that little iron thing?
You know, that would be a hell of a trivia question. What were the Monopoly pieces that went around if somebody could guess all that there were? I don't even know how many there were. Were there 6
Maybe
pieces?
I shouldn't be. Oh, man.
Rodney would know that. He probably played a lot of Monopoly. Was it 6 pieces? Or 4 pieces? No, it was more than 4 pieces. I think it was 6.
Oh, you're muted, Double R. You're muted, my man. Ronnie Rodriguez. See if we can get that taken care of. We'll ask Wags in the meantime. Wags, were you a big Monopoly player?
Oh, yeah. Friendships have ended because of Monopoly.
Of course they have, especially kinfolk friendships, brother and sister.
Yeah, family, absolutely. Yeah, cousins. There's been cousins that we haven't even talked to.
Wow, for decades.
Oh, yeah.
Since a Monopoly game went awry. So they have updated Monopoly. Again, they are getting rid of Monopoly money. And according to Hasbro, the updated game, quote, eliminates the need for physical cash and counting, end quote. And it will speed up the game, making it more accessible to younger players and also, Buck, harder to cheat.
That's the goal, right? Because everybody always wanted to either be the banker or the guy that handled the properties. I was always the dude that wanted to handle the properties. Because,
that was me. Reading Railroad. I was a railroad guy.
Sometimes the bank deeds would just find the way to my part of the board. You know what I mean? Like, how did you end up with Pacific Avenue? I don't know. I don't remember dropping the 300 on the green ones.
Wow.
It gets worse, guys.
Oh, no.
They're getting rid of Park Place and Boardwalk.
Oh, no. That's
what are they putting? What are they putting?
They have a Monopoly without those two places.
They're going to have a
hold up.
rocket.
Is this a bit?
No, not a bit. Rocket launch pad and the moon will be the two most valuable properties you can purchase in Monopoly.
Boardwalk and Park Place are going away completely?
Yeah,
going away. They got canceled. Dude, Park Place had some bad tweets back in the day. Check it out. Other properties now in the new game include a chocolate factory, a VR roller coaster, and a dinosaur park.
Oh, Get me the hell out of here. Where's
that? To replace it, they got to have Trump Place and Mar-a-Lago.
There it is.
There it is. It makes sense. I mean,
where's the grumpy old man that's telling me I'm not going to get $200 for pass and go?
I don't know. I think the Monopoly man is still going to be there, but now it'll just be a mobile version of him. Oh, sorry. Now you have to call them a they, them. I don't know if you could say him anymore.
Really?
This is a bit.
That's a bit. That last thing I said was a bit.
Okay.
Sorry for those I offended. But no, all this is real. Hasbro announced that they are updating the board game, and it will include an app that you have to play with to count and track your money.
That's
and the appeal is, again, time span, and also like you don't have to do math. Congrats, we'll do all the math for you, so you don't have to use your brain anymore.
No, I want the game to take forever, like it always does. So I want to do the math.
What is it like? 5 1s, 5 5s, 5 10s.
Dude, I used to find that money like 10 years later. I'd find that money in a pair of pants or something.
I'm still trying to spend it.
I'm trying to find a $500 bill.
There you go.
Yeah, so you can't collect community, or wait, what was it? Free parking? You can't collect free parking anymore?
How about get out of jail free? Come on now.
What about get out of jail free cards?
Yeah.
They're not worth $50 anymore.
I was
just telling BK that if you get ticketed now, your ticket can go up to $75 for a meter if you're past that time. $75. What a racket this is.
Just give them Monopoly money. That's fine. Or just show them your Monopoly
app. Working for the city.
Yeah. Well, you don't get that money, Wags. I don't think.
Can you imagine somebody $75? The meter maid running up to you, and she's doing that, and you run up there and say, "I'm ready to go," and she hands you a ticket for $75.
Sorry, honey. Sorry, sugar. Now you're ready to go.
You're gonna react to that, don't you?
Yeah, she's saying, "Sorry, sugar. You ready to go now with that $75?"
Gosh,
hang on.
Have you guys seen like the different versions? I have like a Round Rock Monopoly, and it's like all the different Round Rock things. I've seen one where they have it for Hutto.
They got one for Austin, I believe.
Yeah, I think they have Austin.
Yeah.
Those are pretty cool. But you got to get rid of free parking, because I think we all know free parking does not exist anywhere.
True.
So you might as well get rid of that.
I always love playing community chest, because that means you could touch everyone's chest in the community, I believe.
Right. That's what I'm talking about.
I think those are the rules in the game.
Yeah.
How often do you get away with that?
Nothing takes the place of spin the bottle, Rodney.
We used to play Monopoly back in the day, and we had one girl that always played with us, and she was the community chest, if you know what I mean.
Hey, hang on.
Chance of a lifetime.
That was a railroad, huh? Everyone got a ride on her.
Everybody got a ride.
Was that the short line? Was that the short line?
I am old enough to know about spin the bottle. I actually played that.
So did I.
What?
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
At 30 years old, they were still playing spin the bottle, BK?
Well, not at 30. Like I didn't play it like last week.
No,
but
just during your youth, you played spin the bottle?
Sure. The best.
I did not. That's
Coca-Cola bottle?
Yeah, whatever we had. Sometimes it was Coke.
Nice.
What else would it be? Like a bottle of Jack? No, you're asking?
I'm surprised that I'm surprised that your generation played spin the bottle.
That's what I'm saying. I
never played spin the bottle. So, like you spent some time in the closet together, right? But you never played spin the bottle.
I actually played spin the bottle, because that's very interesting that you were involved in a spin the bottle game.
Yeah, a couple
I'm
of them.
shocked that it's still going around, right?
Like no one does that.
It's been a long time since I've been a kid, Wag, so I don't know if it's still going around.
I don't think that's, if you said something to a kid like that, they would go, "What? Spin the what?
The hell is that?" They think it's like a euphemism or something like that.
Yeah. Hey, you guys, I think I know why Adrian Brody is dating that lady. I think I know just the way that everything works.
Who the hell is Adrian Brody?
He's an actor. Yeah.
Oh, that dude, the penis. The penis.
Yeah. I bet I know why he's doing that.
Why?
I bet when that movie comes out, there's going to be a feature film about, as BK said, the great Harvey Weinstein. Mm-hmm. That dude's going to play the lead role. He's getting firsthand experience on it.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing.
He's dating Harvey's ex-wife so he could play the role as Harvey Weinstein, huh?
Nice.
Is he really dating Harvey Weinstein's ex-wife?
Yeah, that was the chick. She's very attractive.
I didn't know Harvey Weinstein. Someone married Harvey Weinstein. I thought that was just like a prereq to get to Hollywood.
No.
I mean,
Somebody marries.
She wanted the money, I'm sure, but Georgina Chapman, Wags. If you want to take a look at her,
let's take. I mean, I'm not interested, but we should definitely take a gander just for curiosity.
Let's go to the video file. Oh, yeah. Hey, did you? Okay, yeah.
Hold on. Let me take. Can you pause it?
That's her at the end. Yeah, I mean that's not a good. That's not.
No,
a good
I mean
one.
she kind of gives me a little Sydney Sweeney vibe there, but she's probably 20 years older than Sydney Sweeney.
He's throwing the gum that he had in his mouth at her for her to catch before he goes make his speech.
That's
kind of nasty.
Yeah, where's the handkerchief that's in your damn?
Swallow
Don't
it.
people wear handkerchiefs anymore? My granddad would.
Handkerchief? What? No, that is gone.
Rags.
Handkerchief.
Don't you all wear handkerchiefs when you go out? Don't you all have a sash or something when you put out in your suit?
No, just put the gum under the podium and come back and get it when you're done with your speech.
Or under the seat. Just do it.
Yeah, like at the Dairy Queen.
Handkerchiefs are more gone than spin the bottle, dude. Ain't nobody rocking that kerchief anymore.
Yeah.
Bring a kerchief. Bring a pocket square.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Something else.
Did you guys, when y'all were talking about PTI, did you guys ever watch CNN Sports Tonight when it had like Nick Charles, Fred Hickman? It was like right around
Fred Hickman, yeah.
Remember those guys? That was really good. CNN actually had a sports show.
I don't believe that.
It's a true story. True story.
Double R, your mic. Are you on your laptop mic? Does your other mic not work? Okay.
Is it echoing?
It's just it's not great, but it's better than the other mic not working if the other mic wasn't working. So
I'm gonna keep working with it here as we're going.
All right, Buck. If you want to go, I can hang with Wags for a moment.
Right,
Rodney, if you want to.
I am headed out to. You know what? I got to prepare myself for my fish sandwich for tomorrow. I'm getting the fish sandwich where I'm going for tomorrow. My first Lentil Friday. Where will I eat my fish?
Oh,
no, I don't do catfish. I do catfish at parties that are in the neighborhood. I don't have a catfish dinner. I don't. I'm sorry. I don't eat catfish and hush puppies just as I'm going to a place. That's just for neighborhood stuff.
So do you give up meat the entire 40?
I try on Fridays. I try to do that. I don't
give
up every day. It's just Friday.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't do the whole Catholic thing to where they fast for 40. Like usually my mom would try to, or my grandma rather, she'd make me give up something for 40 days. Like,
well, I mean, I try to do the Friday part of my Catholicism that I have remaining with me. I try to do that on Fridays of the lentil season, but I don't.
You're giving up candy though, aren't you, Buck?
Yeah,
for 40 days?
and I give up. I am giving up the candy,
Yeah.
not the ice cream, but I am giving up the candy. You know, the first couple of days has been pretty good. You know, there's some mints that are minty that I'm counting as mints and not candy, because candy's generally to me is some kind of chocolate with these nuts in it, you know, or something
or like
that.
butters. Or so wait, you don't count hard candy as candy?
Yeah, that would be candy. I don't need
like butter, like butterscotch or Werther's.
Yeah, but I'm not running around eating a bunch of hard candy anymore. Not with these Dr. Eckert deals here. I can't mess with those.
Is that Eckert's work there?
That's Eckert's work.
There you go, Dr. Greg Eckert.
Get you some peppermints. That helps with the sweet tooth, and that's not candy, you know.
Or I guess Fireballs would be. Fireballs is candy. That's
Fireballs is alcohol, dude, and the Buck doesn't drink, so don't be promoting that.
There used to be hard candy called Fireball. There used to be hard candy called Fireball. It was people that would
red hot things, those round little balls.
Yeah. Smokers would eat them so that they wouldn't smoke anymore.
Dude, those things hurt your teeth. In my mouth. I used to try to do those and put one of those red hot things in my mouth. I can't even do the little red hot candies. And Javier is always on me. Goes, how about a couple little peppers in this? I can't do little hot peppers. I don't grow them and I can't do them. I don't do jalapenos because my mouth catches on fire. I'm soft when it comes to hot stuff.
Little chile.
I don't do chile at all.
I'm gonna come up with something to give up for me for Lent. I'm gonna join you on this adventure, Buck.
Give up, yeah.
I'll think of it today.
Give up what? What was the first thing that came to your mind, Buck? Give up. Hey now.
I'm like, hell, I've been giving that up.
Right.
I ain't giving that up. Sorry about that.
Start getting some of that. That's what I like.
Lent all year. It's Lent all year.
Is there a time when I can get some of that?
I've been trying to give sugar up almost since a New Year's resolution. It's been pretty tough. I got to find something that I really got to hone in on, something that I eat almost every day that just I need to get rid of.
All right. Well, I'll tell you this, boys, for sure. This is I think colon cancer month or rectal cancer month. It's time to get checked. If you haven't gotten checked, this is for all the folks out there. This is the month. So,
do I got to do it at my age?
Yeah, of course. Yes. And then no, it's very. Hey, you can get blood tests now. I'm hearing about the blood tests, BK. They've come through, and you don't have to crap in the box. You know, the one where you get the guy who opens up the box for you.
God, this sounds awful.
But no, it's time to get checked, brother. If you haven't had that check,
whose box is he opening up? Your wife's?
Yes.
No, I'm just saying if you know the Cologuard and all that stuff. How would you like to be on the other end of the Cologuard?
Oh my! All right, that's we always try to leave.
Does that job pay? Huh?
It has to pay well.
What a shitty job.
Let me tell you guys, I put it off. I put it off 8 years because I was chicken. I was scared. Didn't want to do it. Wags, we talked about this last year, and I finally had it done last year, and they told me I had the perfect colon, by the way. But it's not that bad. It's not that bad.
I don't think so.
Rodney, I just saw this week that they have the blood tests are now key. They can just take blood and get it done.
They take blood out of there,
Rodney. I ain't
doing. No, they don't take blood from there. But you can get a blood test. It's really simple, folks. Now, in order to do this, it's not invasive. It's not more than 2 digits anymore. It's a blood test. You can get it done.
Well, in the prep, when I did the prep, because a lot of people say the prep is the worst part and all this, that, and the other. Yeah, it kind of.
You got a colonoscopy. You went through the deep one. You went colonoscopy.
I did the deep one. I went to full well, literally. Yeah. But it was like, so when I did the prep, I lost 8 fucking pounds.
Oh yes.
It's all that Taco Bell and
I lost weight and I lost a lot of tears because that night I was like, come on now.
That's a lot.
I'm just gonna take a dump in a box and give it to my neighbor and say, "You do it."
That's the one.
Yeah.
I asked if I could do that, and they said no. If you have any history in your family, you cannot crap in a box.
Oh my god!
My doctor, I said, "Can I shit in a box?" And he goes,
yes.
No, you got to get a colonoscopy. We don't do for your age, and then with your history, you can't shit in a box. My doctor says right back to me, no, you can't shit in a box.
It's like you do with the dogs where they have to do the dogs. The dog goes out and takes a shit, and they give you the vial, and you have to shove that in there.
Oh god! All right,
I'm gone. See you, boys.
We've ruined y'all's lives enough today, so we'll do it again tomorrow. See you guys.
It's been great. It's been shitty. My man,
Shitty
on the
situation.
road. How are you, good sir?
Shitty situation. I'm in beautiful Shreveport, Louisiana. It's cold, and but I am in the Hilton.
Not shitty in Shreveport.
It was shitty this morning. I went and took care of some business. Had me some Chinese food last night, and cleaned out the insides already this morning. My dear Wags. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling light, like a flyweight, ready to go today, brother.
There you go. Well, I mean, we got some NFL news to talk about, amigo. I don't know if you saw the news last night. It was a little bit of a just when everything was seemingly starting to shape up for the free agency, right? Like Max Crosby's getting his deal, and then all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, LA drops a bombshell. They're releasing arguably one of the best defensive ends, in my opinion,
yeah.
Joey Bosa. Free up some cap space. It frees up about $27 million in cap space here. But yeah, the news came late last night. A few of my Chargers fans that I conversed with already, they're at wit's end with this. They had no idea. This was absolutely blindsided. No idea that Harbaugh had this up his sleeve or was ready to do this. But yeah, this frees up a little bit of cap space, gets them some offensive firepower that they could need. But yeah, your thoughts first and foremost on the release of Joey Bosa.
I think what this does, because like you said right there with the Raiders going in and extending their guy and doing that, because there was some thought that, that they needed to take care of that because there are pieces for them to put in place. But this edge rusher thing now is we still got Micah. Micah needs to be done. Myles Garrett is still there. What's going to happen with him? Where's he going to go? This the running back market and now rushers, defensive front and edge rushers. This market has really, really gotten interesting. And the thing with Bosa, is freeing up the cap space there. There we go again with good management there by the Chargers to free that space up. Because the only knock on Bosa that I've ever had is he's hurt. He's hurt a lot. So that's going to be a hell of a pickup right there. Watch the Commanders, Wags. I keep honing in on the Commanders.
I'm trying to think of some other people that need defensive end that would go out and spend the money on this guy.
Well, my team does, but they won't go out and spend the money on this guy. But the Commanders, I think, is really a good landing spot for them because they have that cap space. Although I think ideally Garrett would be who they would hone in on. But yeah, for this guy to come free, it is, and it's a ballsy move right there to go and take one of your. It's kind of an anchor there of the Chargers, but it just kind of shows the shift in that organization where they're going in a different direction. But yeah, that was really surprising to see that happen. But again, it's a financial move, and that's where the business aspect seems to be taken over on different things. Detroit, this is where these teams, we can speculate all the places that really need him, but it seems like when you talk about the teams that make the good moves, it's Detroit, it's Philadelphia, it's those Kansas City, let's see. I got a feeling we're going to be surprised where he may.
TJ Watt needs to get re-signed. You'd like to think that Pittsburgh signs TJ Watt.
That's another one,
right?
Yeah, Wags. That's another one. So when you think about all of these guys,
you see Bosa. Could you see Bosa in New England?
I totally can.
Or does the attitude not fit the locker room? Rabel seems like he would love a Joey. Anyone seems like they would love a Joey Bosa, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think the thing right there where that whole New England dynamic is going to change so much is now that you have, with Vrabel being there, that's another one of those players coaches. So you're going to have dudes that want to come play for him. So I could totally see that dynamic working right there. And Myles Garrett, I think, is the really big piece to see how that. Isn't that a weird situation to where it's like Cleveland has all the money in the world to pay him, but he's like, I don't want to be here. I want to go somewhere else.
He wants to be with the winner.
Wants to be with a winner, or at least somebody in position to win, and that's definitely not the case in Cleveland. So Sal with a good call right there to the Bengals.
I don't know if the Bengals have the money for it.
Yeah, I don't think they do. But it just the back-to-back signings right there. And Max Crosby, it's so weird because I guess Crosby now will be the highest paid non-quarterback.
He is the highest non-quarterback paid right now.
How soon do you think that's going to change? That's
the thing. That's what we were talking about yesterday, right? Like the Cowboys missed another opportunity to set the bar, set the standard on this and get ahead of this thing. And now they got to pay catch up. Now they're probably going to wait and procrastinate even longer. And then Jamar Chase. I talked a little bit with PD yesterday. I'm sure you kind of heard that too. Jamar Chase has got to get paid, and that's probably going to set another mark, right? And then I don't know if Jerry Jones or Stephen Jones is going to want to, or you're going to try and match what Jamar Chase is going to get. That's insane. That's unreal. But you at least have to take Max Crosby's deal and give. You'd like to think that Jerry Jones is going to give more than what they gave Max Crosby, right? Now, here's the thing, too. You just mentioned Myles Garrett's got to get paid. TJ Watt's got to get paid. Hutchinson's got to get paid, too. Aiden Hutchinson is expected to get paid after this offseason. So I would be ahead of this thing if I'm Jerry Jones, right? We kind of mentioned this a little bit yesterday. If I'm Jerry Jones or Stephen Jones, I'm setting a precedent there so that I don't have to play catch up like I did last year with CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, you can't sit on your hands right now, especially now with all the different pieces in place, because like we said, all the guys that we're listing off right here, this market is going to continue to change, and I actually do see them being proactive with what they did yesterday with Dak. I mean, they did
Dak and CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah. So in 2 days,
it was around like 60-some million, a little over 60 million that was restructured.
55 to 60 is what they freed up. So doing that would lead me to believe that they're going to start moving in the right direction right there to get Mike assigned. But that's really the thing to where
Jake's got 33 million. I was around 35, 37, somewhere around there. I thought he was going to be the highest. I'm sure he'll be the highest paid defensive end when it's all said and done, or edge rusher.
And that's what we were talking about yesterday, Wags, to where the whole chronology of this needs to be, okay, you got CD done. You needed to get Dak done. I really didn't think it was going to happen that fast, but they got that done. You need to get Micah done right now before these other guys get done, because then that number is going to continue to go up. And the thing for the Cowboys
is Micah's camp stalling with this?
I don't think so. I think Micah.
But I mean, you'd like to think the longer that they stall and the more defensive ends that get signed, it's in favor of them, right?
Absolutely. I mean,
you would like to think that.
If
I'm Parsons, I'm kind of stalling a little bit after, especially, free agency hadn't even really started yet, right? But you're starting to see things kind of shape up and go down. Once we get into the legal tenure of free agency, then I'm sure we'll start to see things just fly, like Petey and I were talking about yesterday. But still, man, if you are Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones, you're trying to get Micah Parsons signed immediately. But I would think, I thought about that last night too. Like, if you're Parsons, like, how much are you procrastinating and stalling a little bit just so your bag kind of amplifies or kind of equates a little bit more?
Yeah. I mean, let the other guys let another deal happen. I mean, let one more deal happen, because that's just going to continue to drive that up, and it could potentially put the Cowboys out of the mix. And the other part about this is looking at what the Cowboys are doing right here. Yeah, it looks really good right now, but what they're doing, I mean, with all the dead money and everything that's going to factor in right here, it seems like to me, and I could be wrong because I don't understand all the nuts and bolts of how the cap space and all this works. But essentially, with CD and Dak, what the deals that you have,
you can go over cap space. You're just going to pay if you go over the cap.
Right.
That's all.
Right. You're going to have to be doing this every year because that money is going to continue to grow as these contracts mature. So I don't know, but we can only worry about right now. If you're a Cowboy fan, you only worry about right now. Thinking 3-5 years out scares me even more than this. But for Max Crosby, that's just good business right there by the Raiders to get that deal done, get that dude locked in. And that what does that do? That they need to figure out a quarterback thing, whether they're going to the veteran market or they're going to the draft, however they're going to do that. It affords them the opportunity where they're going to have that little bit of money right there. If you want to go chase Sam Darnold or somebody like that to bring them in. So good move by the Raiders. That's good business move by the Raiders. Very, very impressive to see, in my opinion.
So you think that they'll be trying to lock in a quarterback after making a bag or giving a bag like that to a defensive end? Because that told me that they're not going after a quarter. They're going after a bridge quarterback. They're not going after a high end or a marquee quarterback. They're either going for a bridge or they're looking to sign or they're looking to draft one in the draft here. Yeah, that's kind of what I deduced from it.
Deduce. I like that. I like that word. I'm gonna use that one later. I like that. No, that's a good word. I like that. That's a real word.
It's these pills I'm taking.
Dude,
just kind of.
Can you come drop me off a couple of those? I like that. Wags, I think, honestly, for the Raiders, the best thing to do is what you're saying. Get a bridge and then get somebody in the hopper right there that you can kind of work with. The Darnold money is probably going to be just a little too much where I think there's still a little bit of question right there. Can he duplicate what he did last year, or does he kind of go back to what, we think Sam Darnold might be? But the other part of it, to your point, I think that you have so eloquently given is the thing with Sam Darnold. What he did in a situation where you've got all the toys in the world, man. You go rolling up when you roll up into Covert Bee Cave, you see all these beautiful cars, trucks, and SUVs, and boom, that's what you're dealing with. That's what Darnold had. If he goes somewhere else, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge, and we've seen that where one of these quarterbacks that has just an amazing year. They go off somewhere else, and they don't have Justin Jefferson. They don't have a good dude toting the rock. They don't have another good dude on the other side. They don't have an offensive line, and they suck. So I don't know how he got back to Sam Darnold.
I don't know either.
Yeah. So anyway, but yeah, good move by the Raiders. Good move by the Raiders. They got a lot of space. They got a lot of space to try to make some moves.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm looking to bring in a marquee quarterback right now. If you're Pete Carroll, right? I still I'm sure they're going to have a whole bunch of cap space freed up, but how much of that are you trying to build up your line, or how much of that are you going out to get? I don't think you're bringing in a Sam Darnold. From what I've been reading, I think Tom Brady is in love with Shedeur Sanders. There's been speculations of Shedeur Sanders draft potential dropping or his draft value dropping. I don't know how much I'm buying into that. I don't think Shedeur Sanders drops. According to Lance Zierlein, we were talking a little bit about this yesterday too. According to Lance Zierlein, he thinks Shedeur Sanders could be dropping towards the back half or the back end of the first round, and Cleveland could have a chance to orchestrate he and Travis Hunter. I'm not buying all of that. I don't think Shedeur Sanders gets past the Raiders. Like if he's there past the Raiders, something absolutely went wrong, and there is definitely like some things that have not been addressed or are just not out in the news or public for Shedeur Sanders. There's a few secrets that are being kept. I don't think he's going to get the Brady Quinn treatment. Again, I think Tom Brady is absolutely in love with this dude, and if the Raiders get a chance to draft Shedeur Sanders, that's what's going to happen. I'm not even certain if the Raiders move up on draft day to go get Shedeur Sanders. With Lance's mock draft, something might be up to where Shedeur's slipping just a little bit. But again, that it wouldn't surprise me one bit if the Raiders did move up. I just don't think that they have. I don't think they need to move up now. So we'll see. I mean, this was his second installment of the draft. Daniel Jeremiah still needs to put his out too. We'll see how the collaboration of all the, I guess, mock draft guys come up with. I'd love to see how other people have Shedeur Sanders and where he's slipping to. So I'm pretty sure people still have Shedeur Sanders as the top dog.
That really is interesting to me because I have heard.
It felt like a buzz piece, Rodney. Like when I was reading it felt like something for hits, honestly.
Well, because I've seen Lance's and I've seen a couple of others there, like you're talking about, where they do have Shedeur like plummeting into like Aaron Rodgers territory, where like pick number 25 and so forth. And I just don't see there has to be something. There has to be a reason for that. I know what he didn't do at the combine, but apparently the rationale there was he didn't need to. I heard some conversations where Shedeur Sanders pretty much called himself a commodity, to where he's gaining value and so forth. But I have heard, and it does seem like in the last week or so to where his stock may be plummeting a little bit, but I just don't see that happening. I mean, I really don't. There's got to be somebody that's going to be in those first 10 picks. It's going to take that dude if he's sitting there. I just don't know how you can pass that up for a lot of reasons. The Raiders, to me, just seems like a very viable landing point. Still, to me, the other two teams that I'm so intrigued by when it comes in this quarterback thing, whether it's going to be Sam Darnold or it's going to be somebody else that pops into one of these situations, is Indianapolis and Seattle. Because Seattle now, I saw that Metcalf. I heard Metcalf being thrown around as possibly being moved.
Lockett got released, and now Metcalf wants out of Seattle. So
yeah. So and then I'll call him a bridge. You've got Geno Smith there. I mean that would maybe make me inclined more to think that you stay with Geno Smith if you're taking away weapons. But I think that those two are really interesting to me because I think that they don't. I'm not bought in on Richardson. I really was at one point, Wags, but the dude hadn't played enough football for me to buy in, and that's bad on me for accolades thrown at him. But I think the Colts could really afford themselves a really good opportunity to get a quarterback in there because they've got some pieces. They got some pieces there.
Yeah, for sure. What were you brought up Seattle? What were you mentioning about Seattle there? I thought you were going down a road on Seattle.
Kind of the same thing where I thought before we had the wide receiver situation and all of that starting to change to where they could be a player to go in and try to chase a Sam Darnold or somebody along those lines. But I think now, as they appear to be depleting some of that stuff on the offense, maybe they're going to go the route of I don't know, Quentin Ewers or Jalen Milroe.
You think Seattle Seahawks are going to draft Quinn Ewers?
Well, I think
to bring in and make him their next starting quarterback. Is that what I just heard?
Their next John Kitna, their next Rick Mirer.
Is that what I just heard? Rick Mirer sucked. So
I know. Cursing my man Quinn Ewers right there. Honestly, to me, Seattle with Geno Smith there, go get Jalen Milroe. Go get that dude. Let him sit behind the vet right there and see if that's a guy that can be your next Jim Zorn, Russell Wilson,
I'm thinking that Seattle's going to be in the market for a wide receiver after all this debacle and dilemma going down with their wide receivers. They just released Lockett. They'll be looking for who knows, maybe somebody in the damn draft here. But also, like, if DJ Metcalf or if Metcalf wants out, what are you supplementing with, right? So I would think that you got to be in the market for a wide receiver, or you got to be trying to fill up that wide receiver room there, right there. Matthew Golden is slated on Zerline's list to go to Seattle. I could see him fitting in there, especially with Metcalf wanting out and Lockett, and they're needing to supplement, another place for Lockett there. I don't know if they'll be drafting. I don't think Quinn Ewers is going in the first round. I don't think Quinn Ewers is going in the first, second, or third round, amigo. I think Quinn Ewers is going to be an experiment that the NFL plays with.
And as CB points out right there, I think the asking price for Seattle, a first and a third is what they're looking for Metcalf. I think that's a little high, to be honest with you. But I don't know if somebody's willing to give that up.
Daniel just got a 5th round in exchange for him. I don't know what Metcalf. I don't think Metcalf is going to receive a first and a third, right?
No.
Now Metcalf's a little bit younger and Debo's longer in the tooth, sure, but I would still think that like a first and a third is a pretty steep price for some of these wide receivers, especially. I mean, Metcalf's a stud, 100, but still, a first and a third, that's crazy capital.
Yeah, and that is the other part about that right there, to where like all these dominoes falling in place that we're talking about, and the precedent being set.
It's crazy.
Yeah. When Debo goes for a 5th rounder, I mean that's where you look at that. It's just bad business. I mean, that guy is not enough of a commodity that he's going to come in when you sell the farm with a first and a third, that he's going to change your scope of your offense that much. So I don't see that happening. But Seattle, interesting. Like I said, Indianapolis, I think is in the market right there. But busy day in the NFL. And I just saw flash across ESPN that on ESPN.com, the Browns have restructured the Watson deal again. Boy, that's the deal that keeps giving, isn't it? It's like,
are you saying it's the Jelly of the Month Club?
My goodness, man. You want to talk about and going and getting a colonoscopy. I mean, the Cleveland Browns got the ultimate colonoscopy when they picked up that dude. My goodness, what a mess that is. God. Oh, and of course, Cleveland. I mean, what are they going to do? Who's going to be the next to fall into that list of just bad quarterback moves and failing quarterbacks? We'll see, because they definitely need one. I think they're in Cleveland. Friends, let me tell you about Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Mentioned them earlier when we're talking about quarterbacks falling into a great palace of wonderful things. As my man Wag says, it is a palace out there at Covert Bee Cave. Here's a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
All right, nobody beats Covert deal, not now, not ever. McCall Custom Homes, code text line 222-9328. Our man Mike McCall checking in, told me he's glad I made it to Shreveport. It's probably weird because he's probably at my house right now doing things, so that's a little odd. But McCall Custom Homes, that is your spot. Bathroom renovation in progress there at my house. Cabinets were set yesterday, and that place looks amazing, and it's just going to keep doing better. Like I was talking about the other day, what McCall has done is that they have worked to save us money. We had something yesterday. He found an alternative, and it's just great service, great communication. They can make your dreams a reality. Check them out. It is McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike direct 512-633-9580. If it's a living room renovation, something you want to do out in the outdoor patio as we get ready for summer, temperatures starting to pick up, or the bathroom renovation that I'm doing, they'll take care of it for you. McCall Custom Homes, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check them out today.
Did we do a top 5 Gene Hackman movie? Did we actually do that, or was that just a nominee?
We never did it. I don't think we ever did it. It got thrown out the day that he passed, and I don't think we ever did it.
But it was just a nominee. We went with hockey movies, right, instead of Gene Hackman movies.
I think that week was hockey. Yeah, I think that week was hockey. Yeah. So what do we have? Because I know
So right now for our candidates, I have WWE Divas / Wrestlers, right? And then I also have WWE Top 5 Tag Teams. I also have female performers, and I have Top 5 Worst Trades.
That's pretty good. But we never did Hackman.
We never did Gene Hackman. Should we throw Hackman in there, or has the moment passed? I mean, that's still. I wouldn't say the moment's passed. I mean, that details and evidence is still unrolling from that scene, man. It's been crazy. So apparently there was no evidence found, or excuse me, no evidence of foul play found at first, and now they're saying there was foul play found. So
I think I heard Saturday or Sunday when I was driving out to Dakota, because he had a pacemaker. He had a pacemaker. So you're able to track whatever. And I think that they were kind of implying that he had been dead for like 6 or 7 days before they actually found him.
Now, see, that's crazy, because the first report that I read is that they were seen 2 hours before they were reported dead.
Right.
So clearly that's conflicting.
Mm-hmm.
And then they were found. Then from what the coroner said, that the bodies had started to mummify or started decomposing. So that's at least 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
I would think.
And they found him.
If rigor mortis is sitting in, or mummification starting to happen. That tells me that they've been dead for quite some time.
Yeah, and they said that
I'm no doctor, but I did play one, and
that's right.
And I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express one day.
Dr. Wags.
Was there a Dr. Wagner? Did Robert Wagner ever play a doctor anywhere? And why hasn't my Uncle Robert gotten me a spot? At the damn agency here in Austin here.
Yeah, one of the hospitals.
Linklater, hit me up, Linklater. Let's get in the movie.
Or my cousin Robert Rodriguez. People always say, "You're Robert Rodriguez?" I'm like, "No, I'm Ronnie Rodriguez, Robert's cousin." Yeah, I'm not Robert and I'm not Rodney. I'm Ronnie. But the other part of the Hackman thing is, like, they found him in one part of the house. Again, allegedly, they found her in another part of the house, and they found her with like a pill bottle with pills spilled. So, I mean,
maybe it was maybe she saw that her husband was dead and she took her own life. I don't. I hate assuming, but I'm just going off of some of the shit that I've been reading. So
yeah,
and there has been conflicting reports.
Is this you? Stranger is a Dr. Wagner looks to be a butt doctor.
An ass man, huh?
There you go.
So does he do like plastic surgery for buttocks, or does he actually do the sphincter stuff? Because I don't know.
Well,
I mean, better make it 3. Better make it 3 wide, Wags.
That's what I'm talking about. Right here, my man. I know we kind of talked a little bit yesterday. I was following this last night, and counts happening.
I just saw Troy's comment. Troy, no, I failed you, good sir. Troy, I will watch. The Caps and Rangers were playing last night. I had to watch the Caps and Rangers last night, and then I got tired and went to bed. Troy, I failed you. I'm sorry, good sir. I will watch it tonight. I promise. You know what? I'm not going to do you like I do my wife. I swear to God, I'm going to have follow through. I promise. I told me last night about follow through yesterday. So
I was watching and it's funny.
I got to do some shit around the house, Rodney, and I've been failing to do so. So,
amen. Well, my bathroom's in a shambles right now, so it's just kind of weird. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I was watching the former Texas basketball coach bowl last night. Mississippi State and Tennessee. Barnes and Beard going at it. The two Bs. That was one hell of a basketball game last night, man. And that was after Florida.
I did not see any of that hoops contest last night. You want to talk about it? You want to give us a little rundown on it?
Yeah, you had a couple of them. Then you had Florida and Alabama. Florida.
Yeah, you want to talk about Tennessee and Ole Miss, though? You want to?
Yeah, Tennessee and Ole Miss, man. Ole Miss defending the home court right there, locking down defense at the end as this thing comes down. I mean, Tennessee, as high-powered as they are, I mean, it was Mississippi's Chris Beard's team. They came in and locked down and made plays when they needed to happen. I mean, defense at the end of that contest is it seemed like Tennessee was about to assert themselves, and didn't happen. Absolutely did not happen. Epic scene at the end of this thing, Wag. So as the game ends, obviously they finally let the students come out, and this is a big win for Mississippi State. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's a tournament team, but this really solidified them, as they come in and knock off, Tennessee.
One of the best teams. Rick Barnes' squad is one of the best teams in the nation right now, man.
No doubt about it. The end of this thing, there's like all these people out on the court. Chris Beard stands up on a chair on the Tennessee sideline. Seemed kind of egotistic to me, but I mean, it was really cool. He's just watching what
in the moment. Maybe he was just in the moment, amigo.
I'm sure it was because a lot of that is what he's built in a very short time. I mean, he's gone somewhere and turned them into a viable tournament team, and just a really good basketball game. As they went toe to toe right there. Rick Barnes' team is really, really good. Rick Barnes' team is really, really good.
Yeah, Ziegler's one of the best in the country. Again, we talked about these guards from the SEC yesterday, and just how fun it's going to be to watch them in this tournament. Ziegler's going to be one that's going to be fun to watch. Sears is another one that's going to be fun to watch. Like if Brea can get things popping again with Kentucky, they'll be fun to watch. So SEC's got some hoopers. They got some hoopers.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Absolutely, they do. So lots of talent going to be in that NCAA tournament. As
I watched a little bit of I watched not a little bit. I watched the Caps and Rangers last night, man. Ovi,
yeah, give me some breakdown.
Put another one on there. So here's the thing too, right? Like, and I know you guys are gonna get on me for being a Caps homer here, but allow me to be that, please, because Caps were one of the worst teams in the league last year, and they have had one hell of a turnaround. Okay, this would be the second best if they continue to keep this trend up and they get back to the playoffs and reach Stanley Cup. They would be the second team to ever do this. The Rangers did it back in '94, but not the second team to ever do this. It would be the second biggest turnaround in NHL history, being that right behind the Rangers. Coincidentally, the Rangers who the Caps beat last night. The Rangers did it back in 93-94 season, I believe. It might have been 96. My memory's off, but I got to go back and check out those stats in the records there. But yeah, it would be the second biggest turnaround in history of the NHL. And also, there's another storyline in play, two storylines in place. Ovechkin is now sitting at 1,599 points, so he would be the 13th or 14th skater, maybe 16th. I got to look that stat up too. 13th, 14th, or 16th skater to be in the NHL with 16,000 points. And then also, he's 10 away from Gretzky's goal. I see LB in here. No one's ever going to catch Gretzky's point record or his assist record. Yeah, Gretzky's the GOAT, right? Like Ovi, it's taken Ovi this long just to catch the goal record, and people are speculating that this is probably going to be Ovechkin's last season, especially if the Caps continue to go out and hell, if they do win, if they hoist Lord Stanley. What a way to go out for Ovechkin, right? Like you collect Gretzky's goal, you surpass Gretzky's goal record, you hoist up Lord Stanley for the second time, and you finish on top, right? No one likes to see the greats stick around, kind of like what Aaron Rodgers is doing, and then you're vilified and remembered like that. It's prolonged. It's been prolonged enough. Ovi, I love you. We love you, but man, this has been fun. This has been a fun season. It's been an absolute fun season to watch. But I think if he captures Gretzky's goal, I think it's done.
It does seem kind of that just in the manner that he's doing it right now. I mean, because it's like he's at one hell of a pace right now. I mean, he's doing this, to get closer. I think the last projection that
Bob, it was 94. Thank you.
I think the last projection I saw, Wags, it would be April 6th. At the current pace that he's at right now, that he would hit the record. But the Gretzky's record, the 1,600 points to me really that is a big freaking deal right there. I think you mentioned to me there's only been 10, 11, 12 others that have done that.
Yeah, 11 other skaters. So he would be the 12th skater to do it.
Unbelievable. To me, this is with the turnaround of the Caps. To me, this is the perfect way for him to ride out if he indeed's going to do that. And I love what you're saying right there, because we have seen folks where they take this just a little bit too long. I see it in car racing where it's not near as bad as it is in some of these sports, to where it's like, okay, you have passed your prime. You are no longer competing at a high level, and you continue to do it for 8 to 10 years. I see that in car racing all the time. I see that
too, right? And Jaromir Jagr's still playing, right? Like, and he's not just playing, like he's putting up some points, you know what I mean? In his old ass, geriatric state. So I could be speaking on my ass. I don't really know what Jaromir Jagr's producing right now in the adult league that he's playing in, or the geriatrics league that he's playing in. But still, I'm what I'm trying to articulate is, like, the hockey players, they're a crazy specimen, right? Like, they could be playing, they could maybe playing for 30 years if Ovechkin's body can hold up. I don't know, but I would like to think that he's probably done after the season.
Yeah, and that's a weird thing. So I think it was 3 or 4 years ago we went on a trip to Jackson Hole, Wyoming,
Okay.
and we caught.
Do you snowboard or ski?
Oh God, no! Are you kidding?
You don't do any of that. You don't mess with the mountains.
I did the thing. I did the thing where I sat my fat ass on one of those things and slid down a hill. That's about all I did.
Toboggan?
Toboggan. That's all I did.
Man, there's something about making your asshole pucker that makes you feel alive.
God. Oh, dude, I'm here to tell you. My nut shriveled up, and I thought I was a goner. My wife screaming. Oh, she loved it, not me. But we caught a hockey game over there. I don't even know what league this was. It was the Jackson Hole Moose. And so I kind of went down after.
Probably AHL. I'll have to look up. Probably
and I'm talking to these dudes. Wags, these dudes were like in their late 40s. There was a guy in his 50s that was still playing at an ultimately competitive level.
There's probably a beer league, right? Beer hockey league? I would think so. Maybe.
Well, it was beer hockey league for me that night. But, I mean, these guys were out there and they're taking shots. I mean, Wags, this isn't one thing to where like the Pro Bowl where you see all these different things.
Yeah,
and they're out there brother-in-law. These dudes are literally beating the shit out of each other.
They're doing some checking. Yeah, man, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know how this. Speaking of guys that have been around a long time, so I was kind of looking there with the trade deadline. What is Friday? I think for NHL is coming up. Sidney Crosby's name thrown around a little bit there. Now
he ain't going nowhere.
You don't think he goes anywhere?
He ain't going nowhere. He's an institution. Pittsburgh won't get rid of him.
Well, I hope not.
They would riot in Pittsburgh if they kept Malkin. They're not going to get rid of Sidney Crosby. And one, like, what's the return that you can get for Sidney Crosby now at this at his age, right? Like, sure, he can still make plays happen. I think he makes skaters around him better still, but what would be the haul that you would get in return for him? I don't think it would be enough. So for me, I think the value is to keep Sidney Crosby on there and hell, maybe you sign him to a home deal when his contract comes up. But yeah, if I think if they inked Malkin, they're going to ink Crosby again. So,
and I think the other part of that is that
that's true. LB, never say never, never say never.
Well, but I think a lot of that was. I don't think that there's a situation there with Sidney Crosby to where there were underlying factors like there were with Dallas. I mean, there was obviously some disconnect there with the organization and with him that caused that. But I think Sidney Crosby is so entrenched in that Pittsburgh Penguins organization that he wants to stay there and be a part of what needs to happen to get that rebuilt as long as he's able to skate. I mean, I think from what I know, and I may be totally wrong, but yeah, you do never say never. You
guys keep saying it feels like a Carolina year. It feels for the East. Okay, I gotcha. But after watching the Caps last night take down the Rangers, Vegas was on, of course. They played the Maple Leafs, and Vegas looks. I mean, they just look absolutely impressive. Again, this is a team that knows how to score, and usually they play some pretty damn good defense, and they got somebody in the net. They usually check all three of the damn boxes. Again, Vegas is never out of it, in my opinion, and I think if anybody wants to take a safe bet and bet on a team to hoist Lord Stanley, Vegas is just as safe as any other bet out there.
So in the West, Vegas, you don't think Winnipeg?
Jake, I'm with you, man. I'm not a fan of them, but they're good, man. They are absolutely good. They can skate.
Yeah, absolutely. How about Dallas? Your thoughts on Dallas?
Dallas. I think Dallas is a complete team. I think they're one of the most complete teams. But the thing is with Dallas is usually they usually score by the power play, right? Like usually they get on special teams. They're still good at on full strength as well, but usually they kind of get away with it on their special teams though. Vegas is just a team that can be a buzzsaw. They remind me a little bit of Tampa Bay when they were built with like Stammy back in Stammy's day. So yeah, I think they're a buzzsaw right now, and watch out because they're catching hot. Their skates are catching flames at just the right time, man, and they could be willing to melt down the ice. So
Vegas, Washington, I think is what
I too soon.
Florida.
Soon. I'm with Jake here. I do feel like it's like I would be willing to bet on Carolina, but Carolina does seem to find a way to kind of shit the bed. But Carolina seems like a bunch of jerks to do it again. So
yeah, well, here we go. Yeah.
Oh, real quick. I mean, I guess we would be remiss if we did not do our top five selection here, right? We got to get into that. We still do not have a sponsor. Hint. So those out there that want to get a part of these top five prediction or top five selection process, please hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags, and Rodney's at _ Rodney R on InstaFace, and then on the X Factor at the Rodney R. But hey, just hit up Texas Sports Unfiltered. It's probably way easier that way. Let me share my screen here and get this baby popping. Here we go. We have the wheel with our candidates out here. WWE divas / wrestlers, female performers. I guess that was coming from the Super Bowl. Maybe that stayed on there and lingered from, I guess, our Super Bowl selections. Top 5 worst trades and top 5 tag teams in wrestling, I guess. So without further ado, let's get. Do we have another candidate that we want to throw on there real quick before I spin this sucker?
Is trades going to be? I don't remember. Is trades going to be across all sports avenues, or were we singling in on?
Do we want to specify that? We can specify that right now. Top 5 worst trades in what?
I would say, don't you think maybe in sports? Because I think
no shit, Rodney.
No.
You think I'm talking about the
no,
New York Stock Exchange?
No, what I mean is, like, let's not say NBA, NFL, MLB.
But you said sports. You said top 5 sports. Like, of course we're talking sports.
All. Okay. Yeah,
okay. All sports in general. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Top 5 worst trades in sports. All right. So no, I don't think we have any other candidates coming in here. All right. So let's just spin the sucker. We almost out of time, anyways. Here we go. The spin wheel. What are we spinning on? What are we landing on? It's going to be top 5 tag teams in wrestling.
Top 5 tag teams. All right.
Hear this wonderful animation and wonderful audio that they have popping here, man. But yeah, we got top 5 tag teams for next time we come on tomorrow. So make sure you guys got that popping off. Love to hear your all stuff. Get it firing in the damn comments there, and then hit us up on our socials as well. Love to see your all's top 5 on the socials for Texas Sports Unfiltered. So after you like the video on YouTube, make sure you go and hit us up on our socials and tell us your top 5. All right, partner, we got about 2 minutes. Anything else we got to get off the slate? Anything that you got while you're traveling that you want to talk about?
I meant to ask you about this the other day. Did you hear about the George Mason baseball team on Tuesday night that scored 23 runs in 1 inning?
I did not, but we didn't talk about UT 10-run ruling yesterday. But
there you go.
Tell me a little bit about this 25-run.
Second inning. I don't know if it was top or bottom of the second inning, but they scored 23 runs. George Mason taking on Holy Cross. Holy Cross, 5 pitchers. Most of these were done via fielder's choice balls or hit by pitch, but 23 runs in 1 inning. I think that broke a record.
Were they legit pitchers or were they positional players that they had to put in?
It was like through the rotation. They went through the rotation. That's no home runs. No home runs.
Just
this was all
manufactured.
Manufactured. The majority being fielder's choice. Come on, man. Isn't that outrageous?
How many fielder's choice situations are you in where you're allowing 23 runs in an inning?
23 runs. And I saw this, and then I heard some people talking about it last night. It might have been on one of the streaming things I was listening to, and they were talking about, well, it's early in the year. I'm like, if you're giving up 23 freaking runs in one inning, I don't care.
Is there a home run, Jesus, on the campus of South Bend? Is there a home? Because little brother Holy Cross could use you.
And the game wound up 26-6.
I think those two campuses are on the same. They're on the same body of land, right? I believe. Or I don't know. Maybe I just watched Rudy too much.
Could be. I don't know about my geology too well, or geography too well up in that area, but 26-6 wound up being the final score of that contest. But 23 runs?
That's awful. But I'm more taken back by it was fielder's choice and it was manufactured runs. There weren't any home runs hit. So
no home runs. Unbelievable. And that's just pretty piss poor baseball, I think, is really the only way you can put it. I don't care if it's early, mid, or late in the season. That's not good.
That's bad. Yeah, that's bad ball, man. That's bad ball. It is early. Hey, it is early. Only a month in, maybe less than a month or first month in of Texas, or not Texas baseball, but college baseball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I don't know. But Texas did run rule. Let's get to SEC. I don't think
before we get too happy, we're beating up on the cupcakes. Let's get to the SEC before we even get too proud. No, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. But the bats are there, or at least the bats woke up. A little bit later in that game to run roll in there. But yeah, I'm with you. I'd still like to. Maybe I've seen Zeke come on a PD show, Open Gym, a few times. I'd love to get Zeke on our show to get a good little breakdown of Texas baseball. It's always great to chop it up with Zeke, but we hadn't talked Texas baseball too much on this show yet, and it'd be nice to have a little bit of a rollout there with Zeke first.
Yeah, I don't think that we're going to have the same realization that we've had with Texas basketball once they hit league play, but. Let's wait until we get into that.
You're still in the dominant conference, though, right? Like the cream of the crop in terms of college baseball. So it's again, it's going to be rough waters, but I think that you have the right skipper on board to kind of get you to the clear waters, or get you through the rough waters.
Yeah, absolutely believe that. I mean, look, man, we had the number one team in the country in our conference. Oh, what happened to them? Oops, sorry, A&M.
I still think people are giving them shit, but I still think they're one of the better ball clubs in the nation.
They're going to be fine.
You need to tote that back and be careful, right? Like keep that in your back pocket a little bit there, because again, man, I'm a fan of karma, and I don't want to talk too much shit because I don't want it to come back and bite me in the ass.
Yeah, this is. I mean, the same conversation we're having right now. It is way too.
I don't like to beat up on people when they're down. Let's just say, especially when I'm not the one that beat up on them.
Yeah, that's right. It's way too early. It's way too early to put them in the grave. They're going to be totally fine. And this, look, when it came to the move to the SEC, I think we both kind of agreed that football and baseball were the top two. In the major, more attention grabbing sports. That it was going to be a really tough hill to climb, and we're about to find out, because I think the baseball is just going to be exceptional that we're about to watch. I mean, win, lose, or draw. It's just, if you're a baseball fan.
Have you been out to the dish yet this year?
I haven't been this year. We're going to make a trip out there. I offered to take the wife on the Sunday when it was like 20 degrees. She's like, I don't want to go today. She actually mentioned that Saturday, Wags. She's like, I want to take in a Texas basketball game. I said, they're playing today. I said, they're playing today. They moved the game up to 1:00. She said, I'm not going today. I am not going today. We need to do that. That'd be fun.
Yeah, Rodney, I hate to do this. I got to get out of here in about 15 minutes, man. I hope the boys get in here soon. I got another doctor's appointment that I got to get stepping to here. So,
man,
anything else left on the slate that you need to get, or that we need to get to?
That we need to get off our chest? I mean, I think we've about gotten everything covered up. I mean, we got NFL free agency, talked a little bit of college basketball, talked NHL. I did want to mention something that was actually interesting yesterday that came about for the race fans on here, especially coming off COTA. So that lawsuit that's in progress right now between 2311 and that group and Front Row Motorsports versus NASCAR, with NASCAR being a monopoly, that thing had been all the two teams that had been throwing the darts about NASCAR being a monopoly. NASCAR fired back yesterday and has apparently uncovered that those race teams were trying to stage boycotts, walkouts, and a bunch of stuff that's not allowed in the collective bargaining stuff in the NASCAR agreement. So NASCAR is about to turn into the young and the restless.
Nice.
This shit ain't going away.
Soap operas, baby. Soap operas. Sign me up for my variety shows.
They talked to the guy from NASCAR, and they said, so obviously you have to do arbitration, right? Do you see a settlement in place? He's like, we are not looking at settling anything. We are not changing charter agreements. They are fucking pissed. So, yeah, don't stage a boycott. When they continue to buy, they're bitching about the charters, Wags. The two teams, they're like, they say that they're unfair. They just bought 2 more. Come on, man. That ain't right.
No, it's not. I see the boys in the background, man. Let's get them on here so I can get out of here.
All right. Same here.
Boys, Jordan, I got a doctor swimming. I got to roll too, man. Y'all be good.
See you.
Sweet. And the Dr.
Rod,
Finger.
What are you doing? You in Dallas right now?
No, today I'm in Shreveport, Louisiana, overlooking.
Oh, damn! You might be in the nicest hotel in Shreveport. Where are you?
I'm at the Hilton. I'm at the Hilton right here, connected to the convention center. Yeah, it's nice.
Did you have to drive through that construction on I-20?
Yes, sir. I did.
Yeah, it sucks.
I did.
When it gets down to one lane and it's super skinny.
Pulling a 24-foot trailer at that on a windy day. On a windy day, brother.
Yeah, I get nervous just driving my Yukon through there, so I can't even imagine.
First stop after I got my stuff unloaded was the liquor store. I'm like, I have got to calm down after all of that. All right, man. Y'all have a good show. Chaos Theory back tomorrow at 10 o'clock. We'll do it one more time. You boys have fun.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah. All right, Jordan. Little Thursday morning for us. Not too much news in the last day, but a couple fun things. Let's start out with an Instagram post. Yesterday we started out with an NIL deal. Let's do it with an Instagram post today. I'm going to pull this one up in just a second here, but it is our friend Jade Barron taking a picture. Let's see. Got this. Taking a picture in Norman, Oklahoma with his Thorpe Award. So he made a little stop on the way back from Indianapolis. Gloves and all, kept the trophy nice and polished, and it takes it to Gaylord. Jordan, what do you think about this? I think this is something that we wouldn't have seen out of a lot of Texas players in years past. It seems like something that the other side would have done.
Yeah. I think the photo was taken after the Jim Thorpe Award, which is the ceremony things in Oklahoma City. And I mean, you got to kind of drive. If I have my geography correctly, pretty sure Norman is south of Oklahoma City. So he probably was driving by and was like, hey, shit, that's, stadium probably caught his eye, probably the tallest building in Norman, and was like, let's go take this photo. So I don't know. I like it. After all, they did make shirts and all that stuff after they beat Texas in 2023. So love the pettiness. I mean, that's what makes a rivalry great. And hey, Jade, not just one of the best Texas players to play in recent memory, but one of the best players from either team in recent memory to play in the Red River game. Had a few big moments, 49-0. They tried to throw a jump pass on him, picked it off, So was still wearing 23 that day too. But, fan favorite, Jade is. He always will be, and it's, really interesting. You look at the players that this staff inherited, right, when they got to Texas. A lot of those guys kind of became like war heroes in Texas fans' eyes. DeMarvion Overshown, Jordan Whittington, Jahdae Barron, Tavondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, you name it. Yes, they inherited a lot of duds, and they cut the fat relatively quickly, pushing guys in the portal. But they got a lot out of, the top end of what they inherited on that Herman roster pretty much when they got there in January 2021. So, I do think they deserve a lot of credit for developing them. And, I also think specific members of the Tom Herman personnel scouting team deserve a lot of credit for that. For example, Byron Murphy offered him super late, was a Baylor commit, was a 3-star at the time, finished as an unranked 4 outside the top 247. Tavondre Sweat, that was a great eval. Obviously we all know how much weight he put on at Texas. And then Jahdae Barron basically fell into their lap. Nick explained that the other week. Was a TCU commit, then flipped to Baylor, signed to Baylor. Matt Rule leaves for Carolina, opens it up. Is still locked into his letter of intent, though. His camp, starts putting feelers out there. Texas finds out, oh, hey, if we ever offer this kid, he's coming here. He's a hometown kid. He would come here. So they offer him, and they got him in like March or April. He joined the class in like March or April and then enrolled in June. But, it's, you got to give credit to Matt Rule. He had Jahdae Barron and Byron Murphy committed. It kind of shows you what he was doing. Just look back at a lot of the guys that Baylor was taking, and it's very different nowadays. So I know that's kind of all over the place, but love Jahdae, and excited to see him in the NFL.
I sure am too. Let's talk about a little bit of recruiting. We ended the show yesterday with some of the top 247 movement, and really just talking about the numbers themselves. But now let's give some insight on them. There was a big mover. Felix Ojo was a big one. And then on the flip side, John Turrentine was. So we talked about both those guys yesterday, just where they were going to end up in the new top 247 ranking. But let's provide some insight onto why this is the case and why Turrentine, got a positional change, and what this could mean, or really what it does mean, for Texas.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll start with Felix Ojo. He originally debuted in the top 247 as, a kid who, I'll be honest, honestly wasn't, technically that good, and honestly just wasn't that good of a football player. But height, weight, arm length, testing data through the roof, where it's like, okay, there's a lot to work with here. Puts it together as a junior, has a really good junior season, and was standing out, or I always bring it up, the non-district highlights, right? So with him, he also competes in track, basketball, and he's killed every single, off-season event, testing, setting, whatever you want to call it. Was great at All-American Bowl. We did have some, worries about him because, he is, still relatively green compared to 2025 guys that were competing in it. And he held his own. He more than held his own. He's one of the best players there. And as a 16-year-old, I always bring it up too. This is a kid who has a July or August birthday. Will be on campus 7 or 8 months before he turns 18. Because he will be an early enrollee. So, you like the youth. It usually means there's, more athleticism and more development you can pull out of them relative to a 18, 19-year-old. Obviously, everyone's body and, everyone's body is just different. Guys are going to develop later, but that's kind of the mass thought process there with age. But he's a box checker, man. Everything about him you can project to an NFL left tackle, which is very rare nowadays. It's very rare. Which leads me over to John Turrentine. Does not project as an NFL left tackle. 6'3.5". And with him, he was 305 pounds at Under Armour Dallas last year. In January on a visit, he was recorded at 260. Why is he losing this weight? Don't know. I'm told there's nothing wrong with him. He does not have a condition. That was my initial worry, that there's something medically that we didn't know about or they didn't know about. But
It's
told
hard
that's
to
not the case.
keep that weight on, especially at that age. I mean, that's something, I think we've talked about. I don't know if we've talked about before, but is a huge part of the scouting process. And it's not easy. 16, 17 years old, you can be 6'4", 6'5", whatever it is. And that's just not easy weight to keep on, especially when you're working out twice a day, every day.
Yeah. And someone at North Crowley actually told 24/7 Sports that apparently John Turntine thought he needed to lose weight, which I don't know why, because he was perfect, 300+ pounds. Now, it's kind of got to put some water on him, I guess, or pour some water on him. Like the 260 thing is not great. You can't project a kid to play tackle in the NFL at 6'3.5", 260 pounds. You just can't. So for him, the guard projection is what it is. I think he can play tackle in college. Kelvin Banks has shown you can be 6'3.5", 6'4", and play tackle in college. But the NFL thinks differently. And we project to the NFL. I know I always bring it up, but the top 247, it reflects the NFL draft, the first 7 rounds of the NFL draft. The first round, 32 picks, 32 5-stars. Very rarely will, the number one player not be a premium position at quarterback, offensive tackle, D tackle. Guards are very rarely ever drafted in the first round. Very rarely. And if they are, it's usually because they're drafted as guys that can play tackle or guard, and they get in that guard, earliest, right? So for him, that's part of it too. The dropping in ranking, we're now projecting him as like a late second rounder instead of a mid first rounder. Part of that is the guard tag. But, as far as the ranking drop, the weight loss, and also, the junior season just wasn't, I think, when you look at what he did as a sophomore, the leaps in his game, you wanted to see more of it as a junior. And especially when you saw the leaps in Felix Ojo's game from his sophomore to junior year, because they're night and day. So that's kind of the reasoning there. I still think Turntine can be successful. I still think, he could potentially be a day one pick, but he's really going to have to prove he can survive a tackle, I think, if that's the case, and he does turn into a day one pick. So, that this is a kid whose dad played at TCU, was all conference, I believe, had a cup of tea in the NFL. And, a few of his family members have also played, college athletics, not necessarily big time SEC ball or whatnot, but, impressive nonetheless. So, still one of the top prospects in the Lone Star State, still one of the top offensive linemen in the Lone Star State, but just, not the clear-cut guy he once was about a year ago. Guys emerge at different times. Guys develop later, at different times. Like, I've had to have so many phone calls since yesterday when the rankings came out. People asking me questions about their son or the kid they train or the kid they coach at high school. Why is she moving down, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, like, it is nothing personal. It is nothing personal. Our scouting team is made up of guys that are unbiased. They do not cover any, they don't cover any recruiting beats. And half of them worked on college staffs, director of player personnel, director of scouting, associate director of player personnel, you name it, Oregon, Michigan, LSU. Guys have done it all, and they've seen it all. They've recruited kids to colleges. They know what it's supposed to look like. And so them moving a kid down, he could have had a great junior year, and they like him just as much. But he moves down 10 spots because when you move someone up, you have to move everyone back a spot, right? So the rankings thing just, man, it is so annoying, especially because, like, these rankings don't finalize for 11 months. They have plenty of time to change it. And at the end of the day, just because he's a 3-star doesn't mean he can't be a great college player and still make the NFL. He just doesn't check NFL, projection boxes like everyone else does. So that's, long story short, the reasoning for, I guess, Ojo's rise and, Turntine's fall.
Yeah. Those are the two for Texas. But I guarantee you in 2, 3, 4 years, there are going to be some people asking why Texas was never in the mix for the top quarterback in the state and now the number 2 quarterback in the country, as Keyshawn Henderson took a big old jump and went from 15 to 5 in the top 247 rankings yesterday. cements himself pretty firmly as the second best quarterback in the country.
Sorry, they made him a QB, or does he still have the athlete tag?
He has the QB tag now.
Nice.
So number 5 nationally, number 2 QB in the country, number 1 player from the state of Texas. And, throughout, I would say, last spring and into the fall, there was just so many teams that sent out an offer and, didn't really take him seriously as a quarterback. And I remember, probably about April of last year talking to him, and man, the teams that were interested in him at quarterback were Baylor, Houston. There were a couple out-of-state schools that he wasn't really considering. But Houston trusted him as a quarterback. I mean, he committed in May. Yeah, it was a couple weeks after I talked to him. He committed to Houston. And since then, I mean, he's gotten just about everyone. Auburn, North Carolina, Ole Miss, Georgia, Florida State, and then Alabama about a month ago. This is going to be real interesting. We know what Alabama just did in 25, flipping a quarterback from the state of Texas. Also, similar build between Keelan Russell and Keyshawn Henderson to an extent. So that would be interesting. But Texas does have an offer. It's not for quarterback. Of course, they've got Diabell. Jordan, talk about – we've both seen him a little bit. Talk about – and you've seen him in 7-on-7, which I think is the most important part of his game, or the most exciting part at least, is what he can do on both sides. Keyshawn Henderson is not going to be a Longhorn. That is just the flat-out reality. But like I said, people will say, why was Texas not in the mix for the top player in the state? And what is your answer to that?
Yeah, so if I remember correctly, I think they actually offered him before they offered Diabell or Troy Hun, whatever his name is. The 2 QBs they offered in 26, Hun or Hun, whatever it is. He's now at Penn State. Diabell obviously committed to Texas. As far as, what happened with Keyshawn Henderson, why was it not Texas? Well, they and literally every single other school not named Baylor, Houston was recruiting him as an athlete, where, the projection was come in as a receiver. If it doesn't work out, you can play safety or vice versa. With him, first off, like genuinely one of the freakiest kids I've ever covered. A freak show. Seeing him play in 7-on-7, not as a quarterback, but as a safety and a receiver, was like a religious experience. Like, I'm serious. I must have seen him play in 7-on-7 at least 5 or 6 times last spring. And every single time, he was by far and away the best player on either side of the ball. It wasn't close. It wasn't close one time. Can literally do everything a receiver can do to project him to the NFL. Same with safety. I remember at Battle Houston last year, it's me, Hudson, Standish, Tom Loy, and we're watching this team play. And he's playing safety, and literally the team, they cannot throw the ball because he's breaking everything up or picking everything off. They try going over the top. Hell no, he's baiting the QB into picks. And we're literally like, that's Kyle Hamilton. We're watching Kyle Hamilton as a junior, or he was sophomore in high school at the time. That, just want to make it clear, this is a special kid. And for a long time, I saw him throw at quarterback. I saw him work out at QB, play a few 7-on-7 snaps at QB. Obviously at sophomore quarterback tape. For a long time, I'm like, man, this is a top 5, top 10 prospect in the country if he ever was cool with playing receiver or safety. But at QB, the ceiling isn't as high because it was the accuracy, decision-making, mechanics, other stuff where, he had some work to do there. And he did that work. He busted his ass this past offseason. He had a phenomenal junior year. Was invited to the All-American Bowl. Showed up, won MVP of the game, was phenomenal in practice. Yeah, what quarterbacks move like this, right? And, I mean, even what receivers and safeties can move like this. Let me pull this
Just
up.
about none of them. That's the answer, Jordan. I mean.
And with him, he's 6'3", 185.
Yeah.
Plus wingspan, crazy testing data, to where his ceiling's ridiculously high. And making those jumps that he did as at the quarterback position during his junior season was great. The entire week at All-American, showed up to Nike Next Ones, was great. Like he's just a box checker. And for him, in the rankings rise from 15 to 5, it's just because he made those jumps in his game to where he genuinely has arguably a ceiling that's equivalent to if he was to play safety or receiver. Because at safety and receiver, there are way more, like, don't get me wrong, I don't think there's anyone like this guy. But there are way more guys similar to him athletically, projection-wise, at receiver and safety. There are none at quarterback. There are none, right? Usually if you get a guy who's, that athletic, it's a Jalen Milroe who loved the guy, but throughout his college career was very much a one-read quarterback, right? Keyshawn Henderson is not that. So that's why he has a ceiling so high and all that. But as far as his recruitment goes, Baylor and Houston last spring were the only schools recruiting him to actually play quarterback, like you mentioned. Texas, Chris Jackson was talking to him. Sark was talking to him. And their pitch was, hey, we're recruiting as an athlete. You'll start your career with receiver. You can maybe move to safety. We might even give you a try at quarterback, though they were never going to do that. Texas just doesn't do stuff like that, right? Or at least under Sark. And so the recruitment basically centered down to Houston and Baylor because it's like, who's going to let me play QB? And in April, at that Battle 7-on-7 tournament, I interviewed him about Texas. I'm like, what other schools are standing out to you? And he named like 10 of them. Before he finished, he goes, but I'm playing quarterback in college, so really it's a top 2. And like I was kind of blown away he was that dead set on QB because, it didn't at the time, it did not feel like anyone was actually going to give him the opportunity outside of those 2 schools.
Jordan, 9 times out of 10, when there's a player that plays, let's say safety, that's because that's what it usually is, safety or corner and also quarterback. And they have a single offer for quarterback. It doesn't matter where it is, but they are going to be dead set on playing quarterback. It's happened countless times. And Keyshawn Henderson is one of the only ones where he's actually been able to back it up. He said, I'm going to go play quarterback. Houston believes me to go play quarterback. Only Baylor is the only, other school that does. And I have 25 plus offers. And now I guess it's 10 months later, about 10 months since he committed to Houston. And he backed it up. I mean, it's the first time that I've really been able to see it in a recruitment that I've covered. But just think of how many times that we've seen the flip side of that, where guys are so dead set on playing quarterback, and it gets them what? It gets them JUCO, it gets them, Blinn, things like that. It gets them UTEP. So it's really interesting. And I'm not trying to throw a phrase at Blinn College. I mean, it is the home of Cam Newton after all. But
Sean Rutherford.
That's right. A couple other there. Damon Demas, is he still there? I don't know where he ended up.
I have no idea who that is.
Damon Demas, he played.
Damon Demas.
Demas.
He went to he was at Garden City JUCO.
Garden City, that's right.
And then I think Nebraska offered him. I think he was about to commit to Nebraska.
Yeah, they did.
Like the Nebraska PR, HR, SID department is like, yo, y'all cannot do this. Like
somehow I think someone on that staff didn't know what happened at the time. That's
they
what
definitely
I heard.
knew. They definitely. You're telling me they're not Googling this cat before they offer him?
I don't know.
Any time around him, and they're not picking up any red flags. They knew damn well they just got caught. So, yeah, but with this, Rodney Smith also makes a great point here, and. Whenever I did interview him about Texas and he started talking like I'm playing QB in college, I'm like, why do you want to play QB so bad? And I know the answer, right? But I'm like, damn, he's media trained because he went ahead and goes, man, I just want to be the leader. I feel like I can be a better leader at quarterback, better than safety and receiver. And, I just like leading my team. That's why I want to play QB. And I'm just like, right. So with him, I've been asked by a lot of people, including college coaches, like, do you think he's actually going to stay with Houston? And I'm like, yes. And every time people are like, how? Why? Why would he go here? This is a kid who I have sources that were coaching him in youth ball or coaching him in middle school, wherever. And before the offers, before the fame, before all that, he always said, my dream is to go to the University of Houston stay home and put on for the Cougs. And that's what he's doing. He committed in May, which is early for anyone, even early for quarterbacks who usually commit early. That was, an earlier timeline because he had his mind made up, had the opportunity to go be the guy at Houston, and he did it. Georgia, Bama, Florida State, a few others are trying to flip him, get him to visit. But he's remaining pretty loyal. I do think, this will get real the second he actually does show up on a visit elsewhere. But for the most part, I expect him to stay loyal to Houston. Keyshawn doesn't really strike me as a kid who's, all about money. Obviously, NIL is important for anyone, especially 5 stars. But if it ever does come down to it, Houston's got Fertitta, and he's got money. And now they can't go bag for bag with, Texas or A&M every cycle. But every now and then, every couple cycles, they can get someone. Like Ed Oliver, they got his family that big-ass ranch in Louisiana with all the horses on it. That was not cheap, right? And that was the Herman era, and I know there was even a different coach between him and Fritz. But they have the funds to make stuff shake every now and then, and they can with Keyshawn. I'm not saying it's the same, amount of funds as SMU last year where they could have made Keelan Russell, and we're prepared to make Keelan Russell the highest-paid athlete in college sports. But Houston can be very competitive in that field. So I do think it'll be very tough for anyone to pull him, and I do think he's going to end up signing at Houston. And it will be very, very, very annoying whenever he gets drafted higher, has a great college career, and everyone's like, how did Sark not recruit this guy?
Right.
We're facing that in 2 years with Lagway. So
we're going to see that this year. Yeah, this year with Lagway.
Well, I meant more so the draft with Lagway.
But people are already saying it.
Hey, here's something to think about, Will. Arch Manning, you've heard for a long time. He's going to be a 4-year college guy.
Mm-hmm.
If Lagway continues on the pace he's on, will very easily be a first-round pick after 3 years. So Lagway and Arch could be the top 2.
Yeah.
Who else is in that class? Julian Sayin.
I'm going to say that Nico. Okay, I have heard that Nico Iamaleava has 1 year remaining in Tennessee, as in their leash is kind of is done with him.
I said that on a show a couple weeks ago, and I'm happy you brought that up. I've been thinking about this lately.
I think I don't know if it was you and I, but I've heard that as well. I would be very interested to see, because I love Nico Iamaleava. I think in the right NFL scheme, he is a top 5 quarterback in the league down the line. I just think he has everything, all the uncoachable skills. I don't think he's a great game manager at this point, and that will hurt him a lot. Because we look at that game against Arkansas, not a lot of it was on him. I mean, that he just played a legacy game against the Arkansas defense, but he had a lot of trouble kind of figuring out where he was on the field and things like that. I think come December, especially if Tennessee doesn't have the season that they did this year. And I know they got blown out in the first round of the playoffs, but it was by the national champions who basically steamrolled everyone but Texas. Come November, December, it will be very interesting to see if Nico Iamaleava will be headed to the draft or if he will transfer. And there's a lot of programs that have Polynesian ties, a lot of teams that would be happy to have him
come play linebacker for Johnny Nance, my friend.
They could. I mean, he could be playing at UCLA in 2025. In 2026, he could be playing at Dante Moore. I think okay, when we're talking about this 27 draft class, I think we should just talk about this for the next little bit, because this is going to be really interesting. We know that.
Time out though, real quick, because I want to make sure we circle back to this and don't forget. Nico Iamaleava, the reason we were saying he only has 1 more year, me personally, I don't think he's going to the NFL after next year. But what I've heard, remember when Nico committed to Tennessee, and it was reported his NIL deal, I think it was like 3 years, $9 million or $8 million, something like that. And it was the first major deal, or at least major deal that was reported for a high school player. That deal has only gone up. It is very expensive. You have to remember, this kid did not play as a freshman. He sat behind Joe Milton. This year, first-year starter, showed flashes, but was not consistent by any means, and was aided a lot of the times by having the best running back in college football not named Ashton Jeanty in Dylan Sampson. So it's kind of make or break for him because they are paying him a shit ton. You know who else they're paying a shit ton? Or will
Faison Brandon.
Faison Brandon, thank you. The number one player in 2026, quarterback committed to Tennessee out of the state of North Carolina. Other schools are really pushing hard to flip him. This kid is very unlikely to flip. So are you really going to have about $7-8 million invested in two quarterbacks on the same team when only one can be on the field at the same time? Right? So the reasoning I've heard is that he's done at Tennessee no matter what after this year, just because financially you budgeting that it won't make sense. It's not feasible. And it kind of is crazy because it's like, wait a minute. Texas had Arch Manning and Quinn Ewers on the same team for 2 years, and they made it work. Yes, there was a ton of drama, but it was created by fans, media, and nothing that actually came from inside that building. Like, we really need to give Sark and Texas props for the way they handled that entire situation. I'm sure Sark is so happy all that BS is gone. With, who's QB1? Who should be the starter? All that. But got me thinking with Nico. I'm like, man, what class was he even in? He was 2023, right?
He was 23.
And you go and look at these 2020. I'm going to pull it up on the screen. You look at the 2023 QB class, and it's just like miss. Like, can any of these guys come out after 3 years? I think Arch could, but we don't expect him to. Nico, probably not.
Dante Moore could. I mean, Dante Moore could mess around and have a Heisman contending season, and if Oregon continues what they did, he's already got a season of tape. That's I've talked about this before. He has a season of tape at UCLA. He played as a true freshman there. He had a pretty good year.
It was bad.
He had a good year for a true freshman at UCLA.
For what he had, he made the best of what he did. But like in relevance to other true freshman quarterback, like he wasn't better than what Michael Van Buren did at Mississippi State.
That's true.
But with Dante, though, the thing that scares me, Oregon didn't get a portal quarterback this past winter cycle. They were tampering like hell and trying like hell to get someone to. Quinn Ewers was one of those names they were talking to, Carson Beck, a few other people. And when I say those names, almost 99.9% of the time, they don't actually talk. It's people in their camp and agent, whatnot, right? So that's how those players are able to say, no, I never had any thoughts of going anywhere. I never talked to anyone, because the player themselves actually never talked to anyone. But with Dante Moore, Oregon does not try to tamper and try to get a big-name QB unless they don't have confidence in their current room, because they were recruiting guys and trying to get guys to transfer in that would have been starters over Dante Moore. So what does that tell you? They're not extremely confident in him. Now, while there might be this fake confidence this spring because he will be QB1, or whatnot for them throughout the spring and spring ball, all that, but very curious to see what actually happens. And yes, you did bring up a good point. He has a year of starting games under his belt. That's important because the NFL has, the 25-game threshold or 25-star threshold, whatever. It helps them, get a better read and projection on players. And, So with Dante Moore, do not think he'll be a 2026 draft guy. Jackson Arnold, would love to see him do it. I think it'd be hilarious if he goes to Auburn and just becomes like the best player in college football, just because, that'd be hilarious. But, he has some weapons at Auburn that he never had access to at Oklahoma. I have no idea what Auburn's offensive line looks like, but I don't think it could be any worse than what OU rolled out there last year.
Pretty hard, yeah.
Yeah, so an interesting guy. He also already has about a year of games under his belt, so 25-game threshold potentially. Malachi Nelson, hell no.
Yep, UTEP. That'll be interesting to see what he does there. The next one is Jaden Rashada, who is now at Georgia.
Didn't he portal?
Let's take a look.
He's in the portal. He never committed anywhere.
What a weird 2 years for Jaden Rashada. Some of you will remember how things ended. He was committed to Florida, how things ended with him in Florida on signing day when his check did not go through, and he opened it back up and ended up committing to Arizona State, spent a year there, didn't do anything, was pretty far back on the depth chart. left, went to Georgia, was seen as the third string of Georgia this past year. But, Gunnar Stockton is going to be the guy there. There's no doubt about it. And they've got some guys coming in. Aiden Childs may be going to the draft because he's played.
Aiden Childs is a baller. I love this dude.
I remember seeing him at the All-American Bowl
in
2023 and being very impressed. He was going to Oregon State. He balled out at Oregon State. He followed Jonathan Smith to Michigan State, started again there. Oregon State was good in 23. I mean, he was a great asset for them in a season. I think they ended up ranked.
Yeah, sorry, real quick. I love the way they used him as a true freshman. That last year at Oregon State, DJ Duiangale, whatever the hell his name is, was the starter. But they had like these random packages they would bring Aiden Childs in for. And he's a great athlete, 6'4", 195, a twitchier, faster guy than DJU was. So they'd run the ball for him at a time. But they would also just start passing it and throwing over people's heads. And they would bring out the starter to put in the backup, and he'd run the exact same offense, and it would work. Like, it was kind of nuts to look back on, but I love Aiden Childs, and I'll be honest, like, every year at All-American, probably about a third of the roster are guys that I just don't even know exist because Texas never offered or recruited them, and they're out of state, and so I go in with, like, a completely, like, blank canvas. Aiden Childs blew me away whenever this cycle was at the All-American Bowl. He was really nice and made me a fan very quickly.
Yeah. Austin Mack, apparently the greatest quarterback ever in the eyes of Kalen DeBoer. It has been known that he passed on, keeping Julian Sayin.
Pushed out Julian
Sayin to make sure that Austin Mack would transfer from Washington. He probably won't be drafted until, I would say, the 27 draft at the earliest.
He also reclassed, I believe, out of high school, and it wasn't one of those fake reclasses. He actually was in the grade he was supposed to be in originally and then skipped a grade. So he's a year younger than everyone else in this actual cycle, so he'll need more time.
So we'll see. I think that Ty Simpson will probably be the starter there, but I don't think there's been a lot of chatter on.
Don't sleep on Keelan Russell, baby. That kid can do anything.
I mean, Keelan Russell is a true freshman in Tuscaloosa. Would be crazy. Number 9 was Avery Johnson. Avery Johnson could be coming out. I don't know. I don't think he showed me enough. Yeah, it seems like another year, but he's been there a while already.
He didn't make the jumps though from year 1 to year 2 that I think anyone was expecting. No. And like the whole thing about how I forget, is it Manchester Red? No problem. We're just going through an old. Thank you, CB. Keelan Russell does throw piss missiles. But Manchester Red, we're just going through the 2023 recruiting class of quarterbacks because all of these guys are going to be draft eligible for the first time next year. So, that's kind of just what we're doing. And breaking these guys down is how they've either gone off trail or stayed on it, whatnot. But with Avery Johnson, was it? No. I'm mistaking him for the Colorado State kid that they said the K-State offered him a crazy amount of money.
That's right, yeah.
But with Avery Johnson, I think he kind of suffered. I didn't watch enough K-State this year, to be honest with you. I just, the times I did, it was like, ooh, you weren't doing that as a freshman. But he had to have suffered from Colin Klein leaving for A&M. That offense fit him very well. And if A&M ever needed a portal quarterback and I was in charge over there, I would be trying to bag the shit out of Avery Johnson. And then Chris Vazina at Clemson has not played at all. I was not a fan of this guy out of high school. I did not like him at all. Nothing to do with it between the years. Just I didn't like his game, and he performed very poorly whenever I saw him.
And he won't play until 26. And you're looking at the same thing with Lincoln Keenholz at the earliest. I don't think he ever sees the field at Ohio State.
He's not. No.
Yeah, with Julian saying there's almost no way he ever sees the field there. Eli Holstein, I think, is kind of in the same boat. He's at Pitt now.
Man, Eli Holstein.
He's starting at Pitt now. That's right.
Man, F Pitt. They can go shove it. They screwed up that entire situation with my boy Nate Ernell, Lake Travis alum. So I kind of feel some type of way towards Pitt. I'll talk about that in a sec. But with Eli Holstein, Will, I don't know if you remember this. He actually was a Texas A&M committer.
That's right. I do remember that.
And for a long time, all the Aggies were like, Arch Manning isn't even the best quarterback in Louisiana. It's Eli Holstein. Ends up at Bama. I believe was pushed out by DeBoer whenever they got there. I believe that's when he went in the portal. Ended up at Pitt. And the reason I have feelings towards Pitt, so my boy Nate Arnell went to Lake Travis with me, same class as me, 2021 class, had a few classes together. Blocked for him in middle school on the O-line. Talk to me. And he went to Pitt, did his time, paid his dues, rode the bench, got better, showed up to practice every day. And this spring earned the starting job over Holstein, right? ACC Media Days roll around. He's the starting quarterback. They sent him to ACC Media Days with 2 other team captains. Kills it like he always does. Been media trained because his dad's a quarterback dad, so he's been media trained forever. Then about a few weeks later, fall camp comes around. The offensive coordinator says, hey, coach, I know, we did the whole competition and Nate won, but, man, I think Holstein's better. Holstein's our guy. And they started Holstein week 1. The head coach let him, overrule what the head coach wanted, and he gave it to the OC. It's his play caller. And he got his way. Holstein was the guy. And they went from Nate being the starter through the spring after he earned it, went to ACC Media Days as QB1, team captain, and then he's second string. Like, I get it. Holstein played pretty well, and they honestly might have made the best choice, or could have. They probably did, right? But you don't handle situations like that. It's just shitty to do. And it's not even the shittiest thing that's happened in college football this year alone.
Not close.
And that'll only happen to more and more kids. But, like, when it's someone I know, I'm not going to like y'all, and I don't. So with Pitt and Holstein, wish him the best individually, but not fans of the Pitt Panthers. My dog, Novosad, the 13th quarterback in the 2023 class out of Dripping Springs. Was a longtime Baylor commit, flipped to Oregon at 6 a.m. on signing day, and pretty much, been on the bench up there. Was, I think in line to be the guy this year, and then they went in portal and got Dante Moore. I am told they are kind of making those guys compete, but pretty much everyone I've talked to up there has made it pretty clear that they expect it to be Dante Moore. He has to earn it, but it should be Dante Moore. Kenny Minchie, is this kid even still at Notre Dame?
He is, yeah. I'll go through these next few.
Okay.
Kenny Minchie's still at Notre Dame. I think he actually got some snaps in the playoff. I feel like there was a time when they took Riley Leonard out that he was in there, but I think we've heard that CJ Carr is likely going to be the starter there. Ricky Collins will have to wait at least another year. Garrett Nussmeier is there. Dylan Lonergan, I think, we'll have a chance. Like we've said, there is going to be a quarterback battle in. Oh, he's at BC now. I honestly had no idea that he's at Boston College. So he should be in line for the start there. I can't remember the name of the guy that ended up replacing Thomas Tostianos after he, left the team midway through the season. But he didn't. They weren't incredible at the end of the season. So I think that. Dylan will probably be the guy there. Malachi Singleton, again, another guy who will have to wait a year. I think Taylor Green is there for the next year. So we'll see that.
Is he even there? I forgot about him. He's at Purdue. Damn, none of these cats are here.
Sam Leavitt is at Arizona State now.
Hey, shout out Kenny Dillingham. Y'all are probably like, what is the connection here? Why was this kid from Oregon going to Michigan State? This is why. And Kenny Dillingham played 8D chess here phenomenally. So Dante Moore committed to Oregon. Why did he commit to Oregon? Kenny Dillingham was the OC at Oregon, the quarterback's coach. Dante Moore is his guy from day one. In the same cycle, in the in-state class was Sam Levitt, who came, was a 2023 kid out of the state of Oregon. Don't even remember if Oregon ever offered him or how much they recruited him, but Dante Moore was always their guy. So whenever Dillingham leaves, takes the Arizona State job about a week before signing day. That is when Dante Moore decommits. That is when Oregon hires Will Stein, and they're scrambling to find a guy. Who do they get? They get Novosad. And Levitt ends up in Michigan State. I believe he committed to them the summer before his senior year, I'm pretty sure. But ends up in the portal. Might have been a little bit of tampering. Oh, well, everyone does it.
And Michigan State staff left. I mean,
that is true. That is true. But Arizona State, Dillingham had that relationship there from, recruiting guys when he was at Oregon, and that's how it happened. And I don't know if he can leave after next year because kind of his play style and the way he goes about things.
A lot of people feel that he is a top 5 returning quarterback in the country. I'm not so sure. There's one of our competitors believes that he's the best. So I don't agree with that. But he looked damn good near the end of the season, just about every other player at Arizona State. So
JJ Cole,
out of the top 20, he's got the most likely chance to be in the draft. The best chance to be picked, which is kind of crazy. 19 is JJ Cole, who again won't see the field.
He's at App State now.
He's at App State, so I guess he will see the field. Marcel Reed will be the starter in College Station again.
Whoa!
Yes, he will be.
Not according to my sources. Jacob
Zeno? I just don't see Jacob Zeno.
You don't bring in you don't bring in a guy with 1 year of eligibility left and pay him as much as they're paying him and have to beat out the other teams that were recruiting him to be the starter unless he's not going to be the guy. I strongly believe he's the guy.
We will see.
But JJ Cole's been very disappointing. I saw this. This is a funny story. They came to a battle tournament at this park in DeSoto for 7-on-7. This would have been spring of 2022. And they showed up. It was a team of all Iowa guys. Literally, just the entire team was white. I'm not joking. And JJ Cole, we're all like, who the hell is this? This big framing white kid. And JJ Cole, I don't think was even ranked then. I don't think he'd committed to Iowa State yet. And he's out here just throwing dimes, like was the best QB there. We end up finding out, this kid has like 20 offers. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But with how well he played that day, I was kind of disappointed that never really put it together at Iowa State. Another funny thing from that, Caden Proctor was with those guys that day. He wasn't playing 7-on-7 like DJ Campbell or Malik Ogbo used to. He was just like kind of their cheerleader and was hanging out, just vibing on the bench. And like people were walking up to him and interviewing him because he was the number 1 offensive tackle in the country. Brock Glenn, trash. Remember all of last year and the year before where I'm like, hey, if this kid plays in the ACC championship or has to play this year in 2024, they're screwed. I was right.
They did, and they were screwed. I've looked at a couple other ones
Pierce
really
Farton.
on the list here. The only ones that I can think of that are legitimate are Lenore Sellers at 34. Then Austin Simmons at 35. They will both be playing. I believe Austin Simmons is in line for the start. He saw some time.
Yes.
He saw some time at Ole Miss this past year. And you may remember Austin Simmons made headlines when he committed to Ohio State or to Ole Miss because when he did so, he reclassified 2 classes. So I think he was old for his grade. He should have been in the class of 24 when he was in the class of 25. But he ends up going up 2 classes. He drives Walker Howard out of there. He drives any other competition. Basically, they're gone now. I don't think there's any debate that he'll be the starter there. So Austin Simmons, 34 and 35, damn good. I mean, Lenore Sellers is one of the best returning quarterbacks in the country. Anthony Calandria was 45. He has been the starter at Virginia. He will continue to be the starter there. I can't see anyone else. Ryan Staub at Colorado would be an interesting one.
Yeah.
We'll see who ends up playing there. Oh,
Emery Williams.
That's right.
Emery Williams at 31 is supposed to be the Miami starter after Beck leaves. North Sellers. Austin Simmons, yes, he did reclass 2 classes, but he was already old for his grade and then was held back. So he is technically a grade ahead of where he's supposed to be, but he's kind of the same age. Jake Strong, where is he playing now? I know he portaled. He was horrible in high school. McNeese State, that makes sense.
That's about it.
I'm going down memory lane right now with some of these dudes.
Brennan Storr from Highland Park. I'm not sure if he's still at Virginia. I mean, at Vandy. He is.
Bo Edmondson. Bo Edmondson is currently a regular student at UT that actually helps out the UT football team.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I saw him coaching a Lake Travis 7-on-7 team this past weekend, actually.
All right, that's about it. We've gone through anyone of note. I'm looking at some guys laid down the list here.
TJ Hatter. Oh, I wish Jackson Gilkey. Trash.
I love Blake Baker out of Cy Ranch too, and up Louisiana Tech. I think he's still there. So you would assume if he's still there 2 years later that he's probably in line for the start. Just because not too many people stick around. Where is that? At Ruston?
There's Brennan Storr. Keldrick Luster. Very curious what happens with him. He was like a more mechanical version of DJ Bailey, but was still undersized and overweight. But SMU recruited him. So, yeah.
All right, that's about it. So out of that whole list, John Sigbatali, the brother of Jason, who ended up at
Jaron
ended up at Cal after portaling during Oregon's national or Rose Bowl practice. That was rather odd. He saw that Dante Moore was no slouch. Yeah. Saw that Dante Moore was no slouch. This is the class that I love to talk about. It's my class out of high school. I followed a lot of these guys pretty closely. Jordan, I'll just go through these 6 right here, tell you what's going on, and then you give your own personal take. Drew Aller will be in the draft next year. Him and Cade Klubnik will very likely be the top 2 quarterbacks in the draft next year. A lot of concerns around them in their first few years, but the way that especially Klubnik finished his season, it's hard to imagine that he will not be a first-round pick next year. Connor Wigman at Houston, real interested to see that. Because that could very easily be a one-and-done situation there. He's got 2 years left. We'll see what happens. Ty Simpson, we've already talked about the Alabama quarterback situation. He could be the starter. Keelan Russell could be the starter. They have one more guy. I can't think of who it is. They could also be the starter there. Devin Brown at Coastal now. That sounds right.
Coastal.
He stuck it out. I'm not sure.
Cal.
So yeah, I mean, we'll see what he does there. That's all I can say. And then Walker Howard, click on the profile there. I want to say it says Louisiana Lafayette. Yeah,
wasn't he?
He's been at a few different schools now because he started out. He started out at LSU, ended up going to Ole Miss.
He almost went to TCU, but
that's right. Yeah, he
TCU couldn't pay him what Ole Miss could.
And then ends up at Louisiana Lafayette after realizing that he would not be the starter in Oxford this coming year because it's going to be Austin Simmons' time. So quarterback class that was thought of as just being incredibly elite. And not too many guys have panned out.
Drew Aller was not a fan. I thought our guys were crazy because we rose them from, I think, outside of being a 5-star to the number 3 player in the country after All-American Bowl. And I mean, I think he can be a first rounder next year, but I don't know about number 3. That's like the number 1 or 2 quarterback picked usually. Klubnik, I'm not gonna lie. I thought he was like a top 5 kid and was higher on him than like the entire industry was.
As was I. I mean, I thought he was the best quarterback in the country, and I was very surprised he didn't end up that way.
Yeah. But I mean, hey, I think if I had to put money on who gets drafted higher between All or Klubnik, it's definitely Klubnik. Wigman is interesting now at Houston. Will be their starter. Had an up and down career at A&M. Give me my shoe, bro. Give me my shoe, bro. Sorry, I had to. But he showed a lot of flashes at A&M. He still has that in his game, but a lot of the stuff from this past season, I think, was way unfair by the A&M fan base. Like the Notre Dame game, when they're like, he stinks. Yes, he played pretty poorly, but also Notre Dame was running man the entire time, and A&M receivers could not get open, just like what Notre Dame's defense did to pretty much everyone that played him. Shout out Leonard Moore. That's a story for another day. Ty Simpson, don't really have much to say there. In an alternate universe, Devin Brown is a Texas quarterback. Mike has talked about this before. Malik Murphy was committed to Texas in this cycle. I believe Texas, it was a home game versus Kansas, the one that they lost in 2021. If I'm not mistaken, it was like a November game or something like that. And Devin Brown, Texas, kind of started, having communication that fall out of nowhere. They get him to visit. And the quotes he gave Mike after the visit was like, yeah, I knew they were going to lose in warm-ups. Like, what do you mean? And he's like, you could just tell by the way Texas was warming up that they were going to lose the game. And they lost. And, he told Mike off record, like, I'm not going to school here. The best way to impress me, they lost to the worst team in the conference in Kansas. I'm not coming here. They also already have a quarterback. And it got close. It got very close. I do know Malik Murphy had a decommitment edit made. Never posted it, but he went and got it made. So, going to be very interesting to track those guys. Walker Howard, we talked about him. Gunnar Stockton. Honestly, I think he's a horrific pro QB prospect, but think when Georgia's been most successful, they had the mailman slinging it, right? Stetson Bennett, who was by no means
spinning it too, who was not elite either.
Yeah, but I'm talking the guys that won them natties, right? Gunnar Stockton, I think, can be a great college QB, but I don't know about anything else. Nick Evers was a Florida commit, then signed with Venables, was the first QB of the Venables Oklahoma era. Venables got the job like a week before signing day, right after Dan Mullen got fired at Florida. They offered him, got him to commit like the day after. The rest was history. Sat on the bench his entire freshman year. When he played, it was in the 49-0 game, and he threw like 3 back-to-back bounce passes or something. I know he at least had one. Ended up portaling, went to Wisconsin. Then after a year at Wisconsin, portaled to UConn, and was the number 2 at UConn this year. They'd play him, and they kind of had this 2 QB system. It was weird, if I remember correctly, that's actually what happened. But is expected to be the starter this year. Malik Murphy, screwed by the system. This cat went to Duke, broke all the records, and they pushed him out because they wanted to overpay Darian Mensah. That's what happened. He got pushed out of Duke, and it was a very bad situation. He was not pushed out of Texas, but everyone knew he was leaving. And it never really was going to work with Arch Manning and the whole thing coming in the year later, right? So hard to blame him. Brady Allen, I don't even remember this kid. Cadenhauser, don't remember him. Taven Jackson, I don't remember him.
AJ Duffy, I do remember because there's a quarterback named Nico Marshall, who I believe is in line for the start of West Virginia now. He was committed to Florida State. Florida State had a good year in 21. I can't remember exactly what they did. But AJ Duffy had been non-committed for a while. They pushed out Nico Marshall, who at the time was ranked right around where he was. Nico Marshall took a good – we're looking down the list here trying to find his name. But they pushed him out, and he ended up West Virginia. God, we keep having to go down this list to see. Jordan, we did about 10 quarterbacks. We did about 20 in the 23 class and about 10 here. Really interesting to see, from a scouting perspective, how guys have kind of progressed over the last couple of years. Looking at names here, Braden Locke.
Where is he at?
He's at Wisconsin.
What?
Oh, he's in Arizona. No clue.
This is fun. This is very fun. We should do stuff like this more. Real quick, Zach Pyron is the main reason the whole Novosad thing bombed at Baylor. I think I've talked about that before. Long story short, he was committed to Baylor. Wanted to open it up because he had a pretty good offseason. Then no one really ever gave him committable offers. Tried to commit to Baylor like 20 times that fall of his senior year. They were like, we don't know, because they were trying to flip someone else that they valued better than Pyron. And then they get to December. They're getting really close to Austin Novosad to the point where he's about to commit. And they promise him, hey, Mr. Novosad, we will not sign a quarterback in 2022 if you promise you'll commit to us. Said deal. The day after National Signing Day, Novus had committed to Baylor. Zach Pyron was the kid that they were, had on a leash kind of that could have committed in 22. That would have been their guy. But he ended up at Georgia Tech. I think he might have transferred. Is he still there? He's at Minnesota.
Oof.
Garrett Rangel stink. He's getting his spot taken by Hoss Haney at Oklahoma State. AJ Swan. That's a blast from the past. Bo
MJ Morris has played a good amount.
The Mizzou starter.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
MJ Morris has played a good amount already at NC State. He might have portaled. I'm not too sure. Bo Prabula will not start at Penn State, very likely. I think he portaled. I think he stayed with the team and portaled. Richard Torres, unfortunate story. Just really never found his footing at Nebraska. The staff changed there, and he was not welcomed when Matt Rule ended up coming. Spent a few months there. Ended up being Incarnate Word, and I think is no longer playing football anymore. Connor Harrell has played already a little bit at North Carolina. I think he's the starter this year.
Bert Emanuel Jr.
Bert Emanuel Jr.
I turned on midweek action a few times in the last few years, and I'm like, holy shit, Bert Emanuel Jr.
Bert Emanuel Jr. is a player. He's a player, and he's a guy that I think probably I think he's already burned his red shirt. He's at San Diego State now. Again, had no idea. That'll be fun. Spaced out Mountain West offense like that. It'll be really interesting to see the stats that he can put up. He can run, and you know that, Jordan.
Hey, you know who he's throwing to?
Wilson Freeney.
Yes, sir. Right. Yes, sir. Damn, I'm gonna be fucking around watching San Diego State's entire season. Noah Fafita, he's hit pretty well. Josh Hoover's interesting. I saw him play in high school like multiple times and thought he was kind of ass, I won't lie. So what he's done at TCU has been very impressive. Never really saw it coming. He also was an Indiana commit. And then TCU lost Sonny Dykes to SMU. SMU. Yeah. No, that was Gary Patterson left. They hired Sonny Dykes. They needed a QB because I don't think Patterson had one in their class or either decommitted. And they went, and that TCU staff made a bunch of calls to media, actually. And Greg Powers, got to give him his credit. Greg Powers told them, you need to offer Josh Hoover, look into him. I would have never told them that. But they did. They offered him. They signed him. Hey, look at us now. Greg Powers, the OG, still got the fastball. Alex Orji, he was a running back playing quarterback for Michigan for several years. He's now a UNLV. Interesting. Yep. New portal.
Yep. All right, Jordan, I've got to head out of here. So we'll get a couple more if we can. Rocco Becht right there at 61, who's had a good career at Iowa State.
Jaden Maeva, now at USC. Drew Dickey, this kid is my boy. To this day, I've never seen a kid with a stronger arm in my life. I'm not joking. I genuinely saw this kid throw the ball 80 yards, like flat-footed, not even wind up. It was one of the craziest things I've seen in my life. Owen McCown, forgot about him. Sorry, let me get to 100. Oh, Bishop Davenport, my boy. He's now at
a couple Houston guys in there.
He went to South Alabama. I guess he's still there. Cardell Williams, yeah, like you said. Where's he at? Do you know?
I think he might still be at Tulsa.
I don't know. They got a new staff and pushed a ton of dudes out.
Sac State.
That's right.
With Brennan Marion. That'll be real interesting.
Yeah. Damn. Guess that's pretty much it. Braden Fowler Nicolosi. Braden Fumble Nicolosi. That's the dude who was saying K-State was trying to pay him like $500,000.
It was not true.
That. But
all right, Jordan.
Anyways, we'll get out of here. Get over to the Midday Mashup. Texas Sports Unfiltered, or the SEC Unfiltered crew is doing SEC baseball power rankings. And then back at 2 p.m. will be the live stream wherever you get it. Facebook, Twitter, or not Instagram, YouTube, whatever. Chip and Zay will be back, and we'll see y'all tomorrow.